Jerusalem, a city steeped in ancient history, lay cloaked in a suffocating haze of smoke and the lingering scent of incense, its venerable stones still radiating the intense heat of the recent siege. It was the tumultuous summer of 1099, a period when the First Crusade culminated in a paradoxical blend of ultimate triumph and unspeakable horror. Through its blood-soaked streets, where the very cobblestones seemed to weep, a diverse throng of pilgrims and battle-hardened warriors moved with a somber reverence. Their hushed prayers intertwined with the raw, guttural cries of survivors and the solemn, resonant chants of priests who, amidst the widespread devastation, raised their crucifixes high, offering solace to a wounded land. Yet, from the very heart of this profound chaos, an extraordinary new concept began to take root, one that transcended the familiar ambitions of conquest and dominion. It was an idea of profound guardianship. A small yet resolute cadre of knights, their souls weary from the ceaseless bloodshed they had witnessed, found themselves stirred by an unyielding sense of duty. They committed themselves to a mission far exceeding the conventional bounds of chivalry, swearing an oath to dedicate their lives not to the fleeting whims of earthly kingdoms or the glittering allure of crowns, but to a sacred, overarching cause. Their purpose was clear: to safeguard the legions of faithful pilgrims who, with unwavering devotion, dared to traverse the perilous, bandit-ridden roads leading to Jerusalem. These were not regal monarchs, nor were they canonized saints. They were simply men of the sword and shield, their eyes still bearing the indelible imprint of the horrors they had endured, their resolve forged in the crucible of war. Nevertheless, in the profound quiet that descended after the brutal clangor of battle, as the flickering light of torches danced eerily against the shattered remnants of the holy city's ancient walls, an inexplicable sensation began to awaken within their very souls. It was as if the hallowed land itself had singled them out, murmuring ancient promises of profound mysteries that lay patiently awaiting revelation. Jerusalem, throughout countless millennia, had served as the quintessential nexus where diverse worlds converged, a crucible of civilizations. Beneath its weathered cobblestones, layer upon layer of forgotten empires lay interred: the mighty Babylonian, the vast Persian, the intellectual Greek, and the formidable Roman. Whispers circulated, suggesting that far deeper still, beneath the sacred expanse of the Temple Mount, the very foundations of Solomon's legendary temple concealed untold treasures, riches of a magnitude no earthly king had ever beheld. In their contemplative silence, a profound question began to gnaw at the knights. Was their calling truly limited to the mere protection of pious travelers, or had the hand of destiny itself intricately woven their presence into the fabric of this place, positioning them at the very navel of the world? While the initial wave of crusaders had been driven by the dual ambitions of worldly glory and spiritual absolution, these particular knights were drawn by an altogether different yearning, a pursuit far quieter, yet infinitely more enduring. They had witnessed countless holy relics paraded through the city's thoroughfares, fragments purportedly from the true cross, the hallowed bones of revered saints. Yet an intuitive, almost primal sense told them that far more significant relics, ancient and potent, lay slumbering beneath the earth, untouched by the hands of any priest or prelate. They did not, at this nascent stage, bear the formidable name of Templars, nor did their surcoats yet display the iconic red cross. Those defining symbols, that indelible identity, would manifest in due course, after solemn vows had been articulated and stringent rules formally codified. For the present moment, they remained spectral figures, moving like shadows through the fire-lit ruins of Jerusalem, propelled by an enigmatic purpose they themselves were only beginning to dimly comprehend. Beyond the city's scarred perimeter, the vast, unforgiving desert stretched into an unbroken horizon, its profound silence punctuated only by the rhythmic beat of wings as scavenging vultures wheeled ominously above the very ground where mighty armies had so recently clashed. Yet, within the hallowed confines of Jerusalem itself, amidst the hushed sanctity of half-ruined chapels and the intimate glow of candle-lit chambers, the foundational threads of an extraordinary oath were being meticulously woven. These knights convened in absolute secrecy, shunning the grand, echoing halls of earthly lords, choosing instead the sacred proximity of the Temple Mount. There, illuminated by the flickering, dancing light of torches, they knelt in prayer, their hands resting firmly upon the hilts of their swords. They swore a solemn vow, not to pursue the fleeting allure of personal wealth or the acquisition of vast tracts of land, but to dedicate themselves to a trinity of sacred duties, to guard, to search, and to meticulously protect whatever profound discoveries they might unearth, safeguarding them from both the perceived infidel and the covetous grasp of any king. The venerable church in Rome, in its initial encounter with their nascent mission, offered little more than a polite, almost dismissive nod of acknowledgement. Few ecclesiastical figures of that era truly grasped the profound depth of the commitment these men were undertaking. Yet the knights themselves, with an unwavering conviction, felt the immense gravity of their sacred vow. Their purpose, they understood, was not merely a creation of papal decree, but had sprung from something far more ancient, infinitely deeper. It was born from the ethereal whispers emanating from the very stones of Jerusalem, the resonant echoes of long-departed prophets, and perhaps even the guiding, invisible hand of destiny itself. As night descended, casting its quiet pall over Jerusalem, which slumbered uneasily under its new, often precarious rulers, the knights would embark on solitary, contemplative walks amidst the majestic ruins of the temple. There, they would listen intently to the wind, which, as it funneled through the shattered arches, seemed to carry the faint, spectral cadence of distant voices. Some among them swore they could discern fragments of ancient, forgotten chants. Others recounted vivid, recurring dreams that plagued them night after night. Visions of mysterious stairways descending deep into the earth, of precious scrolls meticulously wrapped in gleaming gold, and of profound secrets not contained within ornate chalices, but held intrinsically within blood itself. Far from stifling their nascent faith, the very ashes of Jerusalem served only to ignite it further, transforming devastation into a crucible of conviction. Amidst the widespread ruin, the knights perceived not an end, but the profound possibility of rebirth, the emergence of an order bound not by the transient claims of land or the accident of noble lineage, but by something far more elusive and potent, the pursuit of hidden knowledge, the sacred duty of guardianship, and the unwavering protection of profound truths deemed far too dangerous for the hands of kings. The city had indeed fallen silent, yet within that oppressive quiet, an entirely new force had been irrevocably set in motion. An enigmatic order was slowly taking shape, its roots delving deep into soil stained by centuries of relentless struggle. No one beyond their clandestine circle could possibly conceive that these men, so few in their initial numbers, were destined to evolve into the most feared and profoundly mysterious brotherhood of their entire age. And beneath the ancient, silent stones of Jerusalem, a past older than the Crusades themselves, older even than the grandeur of Rome, lay patiently waiting for their determined hands to finally uncover it. The immediate years succeeding the conquest of Jerusalem were fraught with a pervasive unease, a period oscillating precariously between moments of hard-won triumph and an ever-present fragility. The fledgling Crusader states, brutally carved from blood and shifting sand, stood as vulnerable fortresses, precariously encircled on all sides by hostile kingdoms that vehemently rejected their very existence. Despite the inherent perils, pilgrims continued their arduous journey, traversing vast oceans and desolate deserts, driven by an unshakable desperation to touch the hallowed stones upon which Christ himself had once walked. Tragically, a significant number of these devoted travelers never reached their sacred destination. The vital roads teemed with merciless raiders, the untamed lands bristled with unseen dangers, and the arduous, extended path from the distant shores of Europe to the Holy Land was more often than not tragically paved with profound grief. It was precisely within this volatile and profoundly uncertain epoch that a specific group of 9 knights formally bound themselves together, solidifying their nascent purpose. These were individuals of distinguished, noble birth, yet possessed of an unquiet, restless spirit. Their names now preserved only in tantalizing fragments of ancient parchment. Their very lives already cloaked in the deepening shadows of secrecy. With profound solemnity, they vowed to cast aside the allure of earthly riches, to utterly renounce personal ambition, and to embrace a life of stark poverty, one even more austere and rigorous than that practiced by many monastic orders. Their overarching cause was not the acquisition of new kingdoms or the expansion of dominion, but the sacred preservation of the fragile lifeblood of faith itself, the countless pilgrims who, with unwavering devotion, dared to undertake the perilous journey. 9 men, a mere 9, a number seemingly far too minuscule to effectively secure a single stretch of road, let alone protect an entire empire. And yet, mysteriously, within that precise number, there resided an inexplicable sense of profound completeness, an intrinsic balance. For generations, the number 9 had resonated with profound symbolic meaning across diverse cultures. It was the number of the celestial spheres, the revered circles of angels, and the intricate mystic patterns whispered by ancient sages in distant, faraway lands. To the knights themselves, this specific number served as an unbreakable bond, forging them into a sacred, indissoluble circle through which no oath could ever be fractured. They sought and received the formal blessing of Baldwin II, the reigning king of Jerusalem, who, in a gesture of recognition, granted them quarters on the very summit of the Temple Mount. It was there, amidst the majestic, silent ruins that had once been the hallowed domain of both Solomon and Herod, that these dedicated knights began to take root. Their lodgings were starkly humble, their material means almost non-existent. They subsisted by begging for food, much like mendicant friars, and when their functional armor inevitably wore thin from constant use, they meticulously patched it themselves, demonstrating a profound self-reliance. Later chroniclers, in their attempts to document this enigmatic group, would portray them as men of immense austerity, riding not in the customary splendor of knights, but famously two to a single horse, a stark symbol of their collective poverty and humility. Yet their apparent destitution was far from a sign of weakness. Rather, it functioned as both a subtle shield and a concealing veil of smoke, artfully obscuring a far deeper, more profound purpose. For while the wider world perceived them primarily as stalwart guardians of treacherous roads and valiant defenders of vulnerable pilgrims, hushed rumors soon began to circulate. Whispers that their intense gaze was fixed upon something far more ancient and significant, something concealed directly beneath their very feet. Within the subterranean vaults and the colossal foundations of the temple, they were known to linger for periods far exceeding the demands of any ordinary nightly duty. The burning question lingered on the lips of many. What precisely were they so relentlessly seeking? The theories regarding their clandestine activities abounded, fueled by both fear and fascination. Some whispered that they tirelessly sought the legendary treasure of Solomon, vast riches said to have been hidden for untold centuries. Others adamantly claimed they were meticulously searching for lost scriptures, profound knowledge that had vanished from human memory, forgotten even by the most erudite rabbis of the city. Still others, with a more fervent spiritual conviction, believed they were relentlessly hunting for sacred relics of Christ himself, perhaps even the mythical Holy Grail, a vessel imbued with divine power. But for the 9 knights themselves, the true nature of their profound quest was articulated only through fervent prayer and the profound sanctity of silence. Whatever elusive secrets they relentlessly pursued, it became increasingly clear that these were not merely treasures of gold and jewels alone, but rather a deeper, more profound wealth. A trove of ancient wisdom, perhaps even the intricate truths of forgotten bloodlines and sacred covenants that had remained meticulously concealed for millennia. While the powerful church would, in time, formally bestow upon them a comprehensive rule, a rigid code of conduct meticulously penned by Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery, influential abbot whose impassioned words possessed the power to stir entire armies in these formative early years, their true governing principle was far simpler, etched not onto fragile parchment, but profoundly into the very marrow of their bones. It was a tripartite oath to steadfastly uphold their sacred vow, to fiercely guard one another as brothers, and to meticulously preserve in absolute silence those profound truths that the wider world was not yet prepared to comprehend. As night descended, enveloping the Temple Mount in an almost sacred silence, the city below grew dark, save for the scattered, lonely pinpricks of torches. It was then that the 9 knights would gather in hushed, whispered councils, their hands resting with a solemn weight upon their swords, which lay purposefully across ancient stone tables. Their conversations were never idle. Each word uttered was meticulously weighed, imbued with the solemnity of an unbreakable oath. To some, they quietly acknowledged the immense dangers inherent in their extraordinary calling. To others, they confided in hushed tones about recurring dreams that transcended mere slumber, vivid visions of hidden chambers mysteriously opening deep beneath the earth, of an ethereal light that blazed with an intensity unknown to ordinary fire, and of resonant voices that were neither entirely human nor wholly angelic. The very rule of 9, therefore, was more than a mere code of discipline. It was, in essence, prophecy in the making. This was a brotherhood forged in the crucible of absolute secrecy, its very roots entwined with the ancient ruins of Jerusalem, observed with suspicion by powerful kings, yet truly understood by none. Their self-imposed poverty rendered them seemingly harmless in the eyes of the world, their profound humility often dismissed by arrogant lords. And yet, within their ever-deepening shadow, a formidable new power was slowly but inexorably coalescing. An order bound not by allegiance to temporal kings or ecclesiastical priests, but to the very hidden, mystical heart of Jerusalem itself. The bustling, often oblivious streets of the city remained largely unaware of these 9 enigmatic knights who moved through its ancient thoroughfares in profound silence. Yet, within the innermost sanctum of their collective hearts, a potent seed had been irrevocably planted. It was a seed destined, in the fullness of time, to burgeon into a vast and fearsome tree, its intricate roots stretching far beyond the confines of the Holy Land, its formidable branches reaching even into the remotest, farthest corners of the known world. For the present moment, they were indeed only 9, a seemingly insignificant number. However, destiny had already unmistakably chosen them as the hallowed keepers of something far greater than their individual selves. A profound secret, a sacred trust, something so monumental that the powerful church itself might one day desperately strive to erase it from history. Above the ancient city of Jerusalem, the majestic Temple Mount stood as a formidable crown of weathered stone, its venerable walls scarred by countless battles, yet miraculously unbroken. A silent, enduring monument far older than the city's most recent conquerors. For the pious pilgrims who journeyed to its hallowed precincts, the Temple Mount represented the epitome of sacred ground, the very site where King Solomon had majestically raised his legendary temple, where ancient prophets had delivered their divine pronouncements, and where Christ himself had once walked. But for the 9 enigmatic knights who had chosen to dwell within its ancient shadows, it transcended mere holiness. It was to them a profound labyrinth, a mystical threshold between divergent worlds, an intricate riddle carved in stone that seemed to incessantly beg for its ultimate solution. By day, they meticulously carried out their overt duties as vigilant guardians, diligently escorting vulnerable travelers, patrolling treacherous roads, and offering protection to the poor and defenseless whenever and wherever they could. Yet, as night inexorably descended, as the city's torches flickered into dimness, and a pervasive silence spread through the ancient streets, their purposeful steps invariably turned inward, leading them towards a deeper, hidden quest that would forever change history. Beneath the venerable temple, where no devout pilgrim ventured, the glow of lanterns danced and shimmered, projecting elongated, spectral forms across the ancient debris and crumbled masonry. Here, within the subterranean passages, a dedicated group of individuals, the Templar Knights, delved and explored. Historical accounts and ancient records offer scant detail regarding the specific objects of their pursuit, and even less concerning the discoveries they ultimately unearthed. Yet, even within their own lifetimes, a profusion of whispers and speculation began to intensify. Some asserted that these knights had excavated profoundly beneath the sacred mount, forcing entry into hidden vaults and concealed compartments that had remained sealed since the Solomonic era. Others posited that they had brought to light ancient texts inscribed in archaic tongues, preceding classical Greek or ancient Hebrew, replete with intricate celestial charts and hallowed appellations that even the most audacious priests feared to pronounce. A select few ventured to suggest softly that sacred remnants of the Ark of the Covenant itself, perhaps its ceremonial rods, its divine tablets, or even mere vestiges of its ethereal eminence, had been observed firsthand by the Templar order. The veracity residing within these unconfirmed tales remains uncorroborated by any historical document. Nevertheless, intriguing indicators soon manifested themselves. The knights, who had initially subsisted in penury, began to attract a burgeoning number of benefactors across the European continent. Noble houses bestowed upon them vast estates, monarchs accorded them special privileges, and traveling devotees lauded their enigmatic prowess. It was as though invisible forces were meticulously directing prosperity in their direction, as though an potent, unseen energy emanated from the very ground beneath the sacred edifice, flowing directly into the existence of its protectors. Within the cool embrace of the subterranean chambers, the knights would prostrate themselves, their martial accoutrements divested, their palms pressed against the hallowed soil. Certain accounts claimed they supplicated not exclusively to the Christian Savior, but to an even more ancient sagacity, to the divine entity who manifested with pyrotechnics and sonic force on Mount Sinai, to the arcane secrets murmured in arid lands prior to the advent of the Roman Empire. As their secret vigils progressed, their quietude intensified, and their gazes became more remote, more profoundly contemplative. Those who witnessed their emergence from these clandestine watch periods observed a palpable alteration in their demeanor, rendering them calmer yet more resolutely determined, as though they had perceived a profound revelation too immense for verbal expression. Perhaps they stumbled upon ancient texts concealed by sacerdotal figures fleeing Babylonian captivity, their wisdom preserved through generations. Perhaps they brought to light insights transmitted through the rigorous discipline of the Essene community, or held by the custodians of obscure religious groups. It is even conceivable that they found documents indicating an easterly direction, pointing toward regions abundant in luxurious fabrics and aromatic condiments, where archaic sagacity persisted well beyond the ecclesiastical domain of the church. Whatever tangible objects they touched, whatever profound knowledge they absorbed, it forged an unbreakable bond among them, a pact of secrecy more profound than solemn pledges, more fundamental even than fraternal ties. The sacred edifice itself appeared to pulsate with a mysterious life around them. Its masonry reportedly resonated harmoniously upon impact, and its concealed compartments were said to alter their form, shifting like ethereal reverberations in a nocturnal vision. On multiple occasions, devotees recounted witnessing subtle illuminations emanating from the temple's windows at night, despite the fact that no luminaries were actively alight within. Others described perceiving unusual melodic sounds borne aloft by the currents of air, as if the very hill seemed to recollect an ancient melody from ages past. To those 9 chivalric figures, Jerusalem had transcended its urban definition. It was now perceived as a sacred portal, and they its designated custodians. The valuable objects they pursued were not merely artifacts crafted from timber and rock, but rather profound revelations capable of fundamentally altering religious belief itself. Yet, they comprehended the inherent peril. To disclose such matters would provoke not veneration, but trepidation. trepidation from monarchs perceiving their authority diminishing, and from ecclesiastics viewing their spiritual dominion imperiled. Therefore, they maintained their reticence. The valuable findings beneath the temple would not be paraded publicly, nor would they be exhibited on sacred platforms. Instead, they would be protected clandestinely, committed to recollection, communicated in hushed advice, and concealed until humanity was prepared to receive them, or until global consciousness had utterly erased them. Above them, the urban center flourished and quivered with daily life, vendors exchanging goods, clerics intoning prayers, military personnel parading. But below, in the profound quietude of soil and rock, the nights brought to light vestiges of something everlasting, something that would indelibly shape the future course of their fraternity and vex the ecclesiastical institution for centuries to come. The sacred edifice's revelations were not exclusive to a single creed or country. They pertained to global humanity, to everyone who ventured to pursue them. And in that pivotal moment, 9 chivalric figures transcended the role of protectors of travelers. They became custodians of enigmas. Enigmas that, once aroused, would propagate across land masses, stirring both awe and apprehension in their wake. The profound nature of the discoveries beneath the Temple Mount bore down heavily upon the 9 knights. They had not simply pledged to safeguard devotees, they had chanced upon components of a far more ancient enigma, segments of a narrative dispersed over epochs and realms. The ancient documents and artifacts they uncovered hinted at a vast world outside Christian dominion, of lands where sagacity and belief had thrived long preceding holy wars or grand cathedrals. In those years, traders and voyagers streamed into the holy city of Jerusalem, their mercantile convoys laden with luxurious fabrics, aromatic condiments, and precious stones. They arrived from the bustling centers of Damascus and Antioch, from the thriving ports of Alexandria, and from exotic cities with names like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Kashgar. These merchants conveyed not merely goods, but also unconfirmed tales, narratives of vast domains extending past the visible limit, where waterways broader than any European counterpart shone like reflective surfaces under alien firmaments. The knights paid heed in the bustling commercial hubs and in secluded rooms illuminated by oleaginous luminaires. They drew near, listening intently as traders discussed the Orient. They heard of distant realms where monastic Buddhists preserved ancient texts predating Rome, where Iranian celestial observers mapped constellations with a precision utterly unfamiliar to Occidental clerics, and where curers blended botanicals into remedies capable of alleviating pyrexia and extending longevity. They heard of mighty metropolises in Cathay, where royal residences sparkled with serpentine effigies sculpted from nephrite, and where rituals connected sovereign and cosmos in observances more ancient than King Solomon's era. And intertwined within these accounts were peculiar reverberations, emblems, utterances, and predictions that appeared to reflect portions they had brought to light beneath the temple. A star destined to return, a bloodline carrying divine inheritance, a sacred vessel, not of gold, but of living flesh. The very same whispers, carried by different tongues across deserts and mountains. The ancient network of trade paths known as the Silk Roads transcended mere commercial conduits. They were vital arteries of global circulation, transporting not merely commodities, but also insights, convictions, and clandestine information. A single mercantile convoy might convey cinnamon and saffron, but also ancient texts inscribed in tongues utterly unfamiliar to contemporary Europe. An individual voyager might relate accounts of rock-hewn sanctuaries carved into imposing cliffs, or of hidden brotherhoods dedicated to the examination of both celestial bodies and spiritual essences. To the knights, these thoroughfares appeared less as commercial routes and more as profound channels of enigma, uniting Orient and Occident in a common, unspoken understanding. During nocturnal hours, within their lodgings atop the sacred hill, the knights unfurled fragments of ancient writing material, their digits meticulously following markings and emblems they only vaguely comprehended. Certain individuals asserted these were not maps depicting familiar territories, but rather cartographic representations of pathways extending into the Asian continent. There were clear indications directing past the city of Antioch, beyond the nation of Armenia, and even past the empire of Persia itself, toward realms shrouded in mists and unverified reports. A singular appellation frequently appeared in their hushed conversations, Cathay. To the majority in Europe, Cathay was a legendary term, a mythical territory situated at the globe's periphery. But to those who paid careful attention to the merchants, it possessed actual, tangible existence. Its emperors governed with an authority predating Roman ascendancy, and its sages preserved arcana unimaginable to European clerics. Could it be that the sagacity brought to light beneath the Solomonic edifice had formerly originated from there, conveyed over arid expanses by unknown agents? The knights found themselves unable to disregard the recurring motif. It was as though the sacred structure itself seemed to direct them towards the Orient, compelling them to retrace the path of wisdom back to its source. For now, however, they were presently constrained to the holy city of Jerusalem. They affirmed their solemn pledges, diligently performed their obligations, and maintained their discretion. Yet, inwardly, the ancient trade routes had already called to them. The globe was vastly more expansive than Christian doctrine posited, and in that immense breadth, the knights perceived the existence of confederates, enigmas, and possibly even protectors who had traversed similar trajectories long prior to the crucifixion of Christ. If the Roman ecclesiastical institution considered itself the epicenter of belief, the sacred edifice's murmurs intimated a different reality. The focal point of truth, they sensed, was omnipresent and elusive, intricately interlaced across arid landscapes, elevated terrains, and vast oceans. In the shimmering glow of flaming brands as mercantile convoys advanced like stellar formations of illumination across the visible boundary, the Templar Knights envisioned what existed further afield. They were no longer merely chivalric figures of the holy city. They were investigators summoned by a melody born on the easterly breeze. And though their protective gear was cumbersome, their solemn promise even more so, an intrinsic urge impelled them to pursue that melody, even if it led them past the frontiers of Christian civilization, beyond cartographic representations, and beyond the dominion of Rome itself. The bustling bazaars of the holy city of Jerusalem were alive with a cacophony of voices, each one conveying a fragment of remote realms. Aromatic condiments lay amassed in shimmering mounds, their rich fragrances of cinnamon, cardamom, pepper, and saffron wafting tantalizingly through the constricted thoroughfares. Luxurious fabric, dyed in hues utterly unfamiliar to the European continent, glinted in the solar rays. Gleaming tusks shone next to blue-green minerals, deep blue gems, and peculiar rocks reputed to possess therapeutic properties. But it was not solely the merchandise that captivated the chivalric order. It was the profound narratives that accompanied them, the hushed communications originating from mercantile convoys like unseen freight. These merchants were itinerant individuals, men toughened by arid landscapes, habituated to nocturnal hours spent beneath boundless, celestial bodies. Around their crackling fires, they recounted narratives absent from any sacred text. They spoke of elevated terrains where wise individuals dwelled in grottos, meticulously inscribing ancient texts with writing implements immersed in carbonized pigment. They spoke of waterways so immense that vessels might disappear upon them as if absorbed by the ocean. They spoke of observatories where Iranian celestial diviners monitored the firmament with devices unfamiliar to the European continent, meticulously mapping stellar patterns that predicted both dominion and destruction. The chivalric figures listened intently. Beneath their protective plating and solemn promises, they were individuals with inquisitive intellects, now exquisitely sensitive to the intricate strands of enigma. They began to discern emblems recurring throughout diverse civilizations, concentric circular designs, a cruciform shape enclosed within a stellar motif, and a sacred goblet that was not exclusively a drinking vessel, but occasionally a representation of a uterus, a profound container of vitality. The cryptic fragments they had unearthed beneath the sacred temple mount deeply harmonized with a broader tapestry of arcane wisdom. These ancient writings alluded to a profound covenant, not etched into durable stone tablets, but rather inherently woven into the very fabric of human lineage, a sacred bloodline, meticulously concealed yet paradoxically visible to those with discerning eyes. From the distant eastern lands, reports reached them of venerable guardians, Buddhist monks dedicated to safeguarding manuscripts so extraordinarily ancient they predated even the cataclysmic downfall of Babylon. Concurrently, from the mystical realm of Persia, accounts surfaced concerning the Magi, whose profound mastery of both medicinal arts and celestial mechanics far exceeded the most ambitious intellectual pursuits imaginable by the esteemed scholars dwelling in the great centers of learning like Paris or Rome. Further to the south, within the intellectual hub of Alexandria, whispers circulated among academics regarding vast libraries, regrettably consumed by flames, yet not entirely obliterated. These invaluable scrolls, it was said, had been clandestinely transported across vast, unforgiving deserts, their precious fragments meticulously preserved by nomadic wanderers who exchanged intellectual insights with the same casualness that others bartered aromatic spices. Indeed, each passing caravan became, in essence, a peripatetic repository of knowledge, although it was evident that not every merchant fully grasped the profound significance of the intellectual cargo they bore. A number of these venerable scrolls, regrettably, found their way into markets as mere novelties. Their cryptic markings on aged parchment were often acquired simply to grace the opulent chambers of a nobleman, serving as exotic decorations rather than sources of profound insight. However, a select and exceedingly rare cadre of enlightened individuals, possessing the requisite discernment, recognized these particular texts as riches far surpassing any earthly gold. These were not mere curios, but documents whose very words possessed the transformative power to fundamentally alter humanity's perception of the celestial spheres the intrinsic nature of the soul, and even the divine essence of God itself. Consequently, the Templar Knights began to perceive their foundational mission through an entirely new lens. While safeguarding devout pilgrims was undeniably a virtuous endeavor, and engaging in fervent combat for the liberation of Jerusalem was indeed a sacred duty, they now understood that the meticulous collection and vigilant protection of such profound knowledge constituted a truly eternal undertaking. For while the might of tempered steel could perhaps safeguard a terrestrial kingdom for a fleeting generation, the enduring power of wisdom held the potential to preserve the entirety of humanity for all ages. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of the perilous implications inherent in this newfound purpose. Sovereign monarchs relentlessly pursued vast material riches, while pontiffs of the Church ceaselessly yearned for absolute dominion. Both potentates, they reasoned, would inevitably perceive this esoteric knowledge as an existential menace should it ever dare to challenge their entrenched authority. To disclose an excessive amount of these profound revelations would, without doubt, be to court utter annihilation. Thus, the knights diligently cultivated a demeanor of quiet discretion, learning to navigate their clandestine quest with utmost secrecy, meticulously collecting whatever fragments were presented, assiduously recalling every hushed whisper, and safeguarding these potent truths within the confines of their memories with the same reverence afforded to sacred relics. On occasion, as the city surrendered to the embrace of slumber, they would discreetly join nomadic merchants gathered around their flickering fires beyond the city's formidable walls. Above them, the celestial expanse of the desert night sky unfurled, ablaze with stars, appearing like divine scripture meticulously inscribed in radiant light. The traders, with seasoned fingers, would trace the intricate patterns of constellations, identifying them not by the nomenclature familiar to the ancient Greeks, nor by the classifications employed by the Arabs, but through appellations rooted in traditions even more primordial. The knights absorbed every word, the gentle crackle of the flames merging seamlessly with the profound stillness of the shifting sands. They experienced an almost spiritual sensation, as if the very cosmos itself were articulating its ancient wisdom through the voices of these itinerant wanderers. Each recounted narrative a lyrical verse within a grander, universal, cosmic symphony. However, not every passing caravan conveyed enlightening wisdom. Some, in stark contrast, delivered tidings of impending dread. Whispers circulated concerning formidable armies mobilizing in the distant east, of burgeoning empires expanding their dominion with relentless ferocity, and of swift horsemen who traversed the land with a velocity that defied the very wind itself. The knights meticulously evaluated these disquieting narratives with an inherent prudence. Yet, even amidst the palpable specter of impending conquest, they consistently discerned a recurring theme: that profound knowledge invariably endured, meticulously concealed, perpetually borne by those who traversed the venerable, time-worn pathways of antiquity. Jerusalem, consequently, transcended its mere identity as a metropolitan center for them. It had become a pivotal crossroads, a vibrant, pulsating heart where the intricate arteries of the entire known world converged. And within this vital nexus, they, the dedicated guardians of the temple, perceived themselves as having been strategically positioned, akin to vigilant watchmen standing at the precipice of an immense and momentous revelation. The cargo conveyed by these ceaseless caravans encompassed far more than mere commercial commodities. It was, in essence, the collective memory of humanity itself, intricately woven and expansively distributed across vast, arid deserts, towering mountain ranges, and expansive, shimmering seas. And the Knights, a formidable fraternity initially comprising only 9 individuals, now recognized themselves as inheritors of an obligation far exceeding the grandeur or authority that any earthly crown could bestow. Their sacred duty was to safeguard not merely the corporeal form of the devout pilgrim, but the very essence, the spiritual core of the world's long-neglected wisdom. When these original 9 knights first embarked upon their journey beyond the formidable ramparts of Jerusalem, their expedition was not solely predicated on the might of the sword. Their chosen route guided them in a northerly direction, leading them into bustling cities where magnificent domes gleamed resplendently under the sun's radiant embrace, where intricate calligraphy gracefully embellished ancient stone, and where the gentle luminescence of oil lamps softly illuminated serene courtyards, their air redolent with the intoxicating fragrance of jasmine blossoms. Of these captivating urban centers, Damascus shone forth as a veritable gem, a metropolis already steeped in antiquity even in that era, predating the venerable city of Rome itself. Its intricate thoroughfares formed a bewildering labyrinth of bustling markets and verdant gardens, its populace being the proud inheritors of 1,000 distinct traditions. The knights, exercising extreme prudence, made their entry, their distinctive red crosses carefully concealed beneath the folds of their cloaks. For within these walls, they were not perceived as triumphant conquerors, but rather as unassuming guests, peregrinating strangers endeavoring to navigate a world that simultaneously presented stark contrasts to their own, while also reflecting surprising similarities. Nevertheless, Damascus, renowned for its cosmopolitan spirit, extended a welcoming embrace to merchants of every conceivable tongue, thereby enabling the knights to seamlessly assimilate, moving as unobtrusive observers amidst the vibrant, surging multitude. During the daylight hours, they traversed the bustling souks, where myriad stalls brimmed with polished brass lamps, intricately woven carpets, and precious jars of saffron. They overheard merchants eloquently reciting poetic verses as they engaged in brisk bartering, each lyrical couplet seemingly a charm invoked to allure prosperity. They observed ornate fountains gracefully cascading into exquisitely tiled pools, and serene courtyards where erudite scholars convened to engage in profound discourse concerning the mysteries of the cosmos. As night descended, the city underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Oil lamps cast their soft, flickering glow, resembling terrestrial constellations within the labyrinthine, narrow streets, and enchanting melodies drifted gently from behind intricately carved wooden screens. It was predominantly during these hours, shrouded in twilight, that the knights successfully located the very essence of their quest. Profound discussions with distinguished men of erudition and enigmatic mystics, whose utterances, though often couched in allegory, resonated with an undeniable profundity. Within dimly illuminated chambers, they found themselves seated alongside venerable Sufi sages, individuals who eloquently articulated the concept of the human heart as a pristine mirror reflecting the divine essence of God. They spoke of a wisdom not exclusively confined to the pages of books, but rather intrinsically embedded within the depths of silence, the cadence of breath, and the rhythmic pulsations of existence itself. The knights, whose spiritual practices had hitherto been shaped by the austere and structured prayers of the Latin Church, discovered themselves profoundly moved by the mesmerizing chants that swelled and subsided with the ebb and flow of ocean tides. Voices waving in an unending loop of repetition until the very perception of temporal progression appeared to dissipate entirely. Their interactions transcended mere commercial transactions. They were profound exchanges, not of monetary currency, but of potent, resonant symbols. The knights, in their turn, delicately inscribed their emblematic cross upon the fine parchment, while the mystics responded with their own sacred imagery, intricate spirals, radiant stars, and the revered word Allah, rendered in elegant, flowing script. Gradually, a profound tapestry of shared patterns began to materialize before their eyes. The familiar emblem of the cross encapsulated within a perfect circle, the sacred chalice finding its reflection in the graceful crescent moon. These were not disparate concepts, but rather manifestations of the same eternal truths, merely adorned in distinct cultural raiment. It was as if these two great faiths, tragically sundered by the ravages of war, were now engaging in a clandestine dialogue, conversing through the universal lexicon of geometry and the interplay of light. While some among the knightly order remained acutely circumspect, harboring anxieties regarding potential heresy, others, captivated by the profound depths of these revelations, were inexorably drawn further into the mystic's world, lingering in their presence long into the quiet hours of the night. Through diligent effort, they assimilated fragmentary elements of the Arabic language, acquiring sufficient proficiency to comprehend significant verses from the sacred Quran. This nascent linguistic ability enabled them to grasp a profound truth, that the divine entity they fervently supplicated was not entirely alien to the God whose name was reverently invoked within the hallowed walls of the mosques. A select few among the knights even clandestinely ventured into the esoteric realm of Sufi spiritual exercises, engaging in deep, silent meditations and performing rhythmic prayers that so accelerated their respiration that the corporeal form appeared to dissipate, leaving only the unencumbered spirit. In Damascus, hushed rumors began to circulate regarding these enigmatic foreign visitors who, remarkably, expressed no interest in acquiring slaves or armaments, but instead ardently pursued profound wisdom. Some conjectured that they sought the long-vanished words of Hermes, meticulously preserved within ancient Arabic manuscripts. Others whispered that their true desire lay in assimilating the profound teachings of luminaries, such as Al-Farabi, Avicenna, or Alhazen, intellectual titans whose comprehensive works seamlessly integrated philosophy, medicine, and mathematics in sophisticated ways, entirely unprecedented in the intellectual landscape of Europe. Irrespective of their precise motivations, the knights meticulously transported the precious fragments of knowledge they had acquired back to Jerusalem, safeguarding them with the same scrupulous care typically afforded to sacred relics. Yet, not every one of their interactions unfolded peacefully. There were distinct instances when the knight's very presence aroused profound suspicion. A carelessly uttered phrase in Latin, spoken with undue volume, or the fleeting glimpse of a cross emblem beneath a concealing cloak, would invariably draw peril ominously close. On two separate occasions, they found themselves pursued through the labyrinthine alleys, shrouded in shadow, by men wielding sharp blades. Once, Their escape was achieved only by discreetly slipping into a nearby mosque, where they swiftly removed their footwear, bowed deeply in solemn prostration, and allowed the rhythmic cadence of the ongoing prayers to effectively camouflage their presence. That night, one knight confided in hushed tones to a companion that, within the profound silence of his prostration, he had perceived no hostile presence, but only the omnipresence of God. The profound experience of Damascus indelibly imprinted itself upon their very souls. They journeyed back to Jerusalem laden with far more than mere exotic silk and aromatic spices. They bore with them lyrical verses of poetry, intricate diagrams mapping the celestial constellations, invaluable fragments of advanced medical knowledge, and the nascent whispers of a spiritual path where the roles of warrior and mystic might harmoniously converge. Their original mandate had been to serve as protectors of devout pilgrims. Yet, through their sojourn, they had themselves transformed into pilgrims of a different kind, traversing not the physical expanses of deserts, but the intricate and boundless landscapes of the human spirit. As they rode once more through the vast, silent desert, heading towards Jerusalem, the myriad stars above appeared markedly sharper, their brilliance intensified. Perhaps this was merely an optical illusion wrought by the crisp, unblemished desert air. Or perhaps, having absorbed the profound teachings of the mystics in Damascus, the knights now perceived the heavens with an altered vision, eyes now capable of discerning intricate patterns that had previously remained entirely concealed. And in the wake of these transformative experiences, the inherent reticence of the 9 knights grew even more profound. Their brethren back in Europe would, in all likelihood, remain eternally unaware of the extraordinary revelations that had transpired within those secluded courtyards and intimate chambers. The rigid hierarchy of the Church would never be privy to the profound utterances exchanged in hushed tones within the clandestine Sufi circles. Yet, deep within the innermost recesses of the knights' hearts, the essence of Damascus endured. A clandestine city, a veiled preceptor, a persistent reminder that ultimate truth manifested itself under a myriad of appellations. Far beyond the ancient city of Damascus, stretching past the vast arid deserts and the formidable mountain ranges of Persia, lay a fabled land, referenced only in tantalizing fragments of lore. This was a kingdom so exceedingly remote that even the most comprehensive cartographic representations produced by Christendom conspicuously depicted it as an uncharted void. Its enigmatic name, meticulously transmitted by generations of intrepid traders and tireless wanderers, was Cathay. For many inhabitants of Europe, Cathay existed merely as an enchanting fable, a legendary realm of unimaginable opulence and unattainable magnificence. However, for the knights, whose minds were already acutely sensitive to the subtle murmurs of arcane wisdom, Cathay transcended the realm of mere hearsay. It represented a luminous beacon of profound truth. The captivating narratives arrived with the ceaseless flow of caravans, recounted in hushed, reverent tones over steaming cups of spiced wine or beneath the vast, star-dusted canopy of desert caravan encampments. Intrepid travelers spoke of magnificent walled cities, each grander in scale than the entirety of Jerusalem, their colossal gates intricately adorned with the fearsome visages of dragons, their palatial residences gleaming with the iridescent sheen of jade and the molten luster of gold. They recounted tales of an emperor whose dominion was secured not merely through the might of the sword, but by the sacred mandate of heaven itself, a profound spiritual compact between the terrestrial and the celestial. Acknowledged and revered by both the highest priest and the humblest commoner. Yet, it was neither the boundless wealth nor the expansive empire that most profoundly captivated the knights. It was, rather, the potent and enigmatic symbols. Merchants vividly depicted dragons sculpted not as monstrous beasts of terror, but rather as benevolent guardians, vigilant protectors of the inherent divine order. They spoke of exquisite jade discs, meticulously inscribed with intricate patterns mirroring the celestial sphere, and of hallowed scrolls that expounded upon the profound harmony existing between fundamental opposites. The ubiquitous concepts of yin and yang, the interplay of darkness and light, the complementary forces of male and female. These resonant echoes bore an uncanny resemblance to the cryptic fragments that had been painstakingly unearthed beneath the venerable Temple Mount. They were clear indicators of duality, of sacred vessels, and of concealed unions that conveyed a divine inheritance. The compelling notion that Cathay harbored an ancient wisdom predating even the sacred Gospels, a wisdom that articulated these identical universal mysteries through a distinct linguistic and cultural idiom, firmly embedded itself within the deepest convictions of the knights. Was it conceivable that absolute truth was not exclusively confined to the sacred precincts of Jerusalem? Could it be, indeed, that the divine luminescence had been entrusted to a multitude of peoples, scattered like incandescent embers across the vast expanse of the earth? Whispers circulated, recounting tales of libraries so immense as to defy comprehension, where erudite scholars delved not merely into scriptural texts, but integrated the disciplines of mathematics, celestial astronomy, curative medicine, and the fine arts into a single, cohesive tapestry of understanding. These narratives spoke of sophisticated compasses that unerringly guided mariners beyond the visual range of coastlines, of potent powders capable of igniting devastating conflagrations, and of intricate canal systems where vessels glided effortlessly as if traversing terrestrial roadways. Each recounted marvel bore the hallmark of ancient myth, yet within their fantastical embellishments, a sufficient glimmer of verifiable truth resided, compelling the seasoned knights to pause in profound contemplation. Among these enthralling accounts, one particular narrative stood out, even more enigmatic than the rest: the assertion that within the distant realm of Cathay, men of foreign origin had arrived centuries prior. Enigmatic priests adorned with peculiar symbols, who were welcomed into imperial courts as esteemed custodians of profound knowledge. Their precise identity and their land of origin remained shrouded in impenetrable mystery. However, the vivid descriptions, fair-skinned, bearded countenances, bearing distinctive marks of the cross, ignited a deep-seated disquiet among the Templar knights. A chilling question arose. Could it be that other seekers, long before their own time, had traversed the very same clandestine path they now diligently pursued? As night descended, cloaking their austere chambers upon the Temple Mount in shadow, the knights intently scrutinized maps meticulously sketched in charcoal upon brittle parchment. With reverent fingers, they meticulously traced the arduous eastward trajectories. These routes, daunting in their length and peril, led them beyond the ancient frontiers of Persia, across the formidable Oxus River, through the towering, treacherous peaks known as the Pamirs, until they finally reached the boundless, wind-swept plains where the thunderous hooves of Mongol riders echoed. Far beyond these territories, they were informed, lay the fabled land of Cathay. Very few individuals from the Western world had ever beheld its wonders. Fewer still had managed to return and recount their experiences. Yet the subtle murmurs concerning Cathay grew increasingly insistent, resonating with the rhythmic persistence of a distant, tribal drumbeat. For the Templar Knights, this remote dominion ceased to be a mere land of fantastical fables. It transformed into an indispensable key to the intricate puzzle that was slowly, yet compellingly, unfolding before their very eyes. If the cryptic relics discovered beneath Solomon's temple hinted at an ancient wisdom that predated the very foundations of Rome, then perhaps Cathay represented its complementary counterpart, a profound mirror reflecting that same truth across the vast expanse of the globe. And so, despite their solemn oath and unwavering duty to safeguard the Christian pilgrims in Jerusalem, the Templars began to harbor fervent dreams of embarking on even more distant and perilous expeditions. Their sacred vow was no longer solely confined to the defense of the faithful. It expanded to encompass the audacious quest to unearth the hidden faiths of all distant lands, to meticulously gather the disparate fragments of a universal truth too immense and multifaceted to be contained within the dogma of any single ecclesiastical institution. The vast caravans continued their relentless procession, transporting luxurious silks and exotic spices westward, while simultaneously conveying precious silver and fine wool eastward. Yet, in the swirling dust raised by their passage and within the captivating narratives spun by their weary travelers, they carried something far more profound: the enduring memory of Cathay, a faint but persistent whisper of a magnificent kingdom that might potentially harbor answers which the established church had either long since consigned to oblivion, or perhaps had never truly desired to comprehend. For in Cathay, as the captivating stories proclaimed, the celestial spheres themselves had been meticulously charted with unparalleled precision, and the very blood of its emperors was said to bear a unique, inherent divine favor. Was this profound assertion truly so different from the enigmatic whispers that emanated from beneath the hallowed stones of the temple? Was the Holy Grail itself not simply another appellation for the very same eternal, ineffable mystery that stirred their souls? The knights possessed no definitive answers, yet the profound question lingered persistently within their hearts, much like an inextinguishable flame. And in the incandescent glow of that internal fire, Cathay transcended its status as a mere fable. It irrevocably became their destiny. Among the myriad rumors that perpetually flowed through the bustling ports and desolate deserts of the known world, one particular tale resonated with a weight and significance that surpassed all others. It was a narrative intricately woven from threads of fervent hope and deceptive illusion, of steadfast faith and captivating fable. This was the enduring story of Prester John, the elusive Christian monarch, rumored to preside over a colossal empire situated somewhere in the mystical East. For the pontifical priests in Rome, his existence represented a profound promise of a powerful ally. For the secular kings of Europe, he was perceived as a strategic, potential confederate. However, for the Templars, who possessed a unique capacity for discerning observation and listened with far greater acuity than most, his legendary existence presented an intricate riddle, an enigma demanding unraveling. Prester John was depicted as a sovereign of unimaginable power, commanding vast armies comprising countless men, formidable elephants clad in gleaming golden armor, and presiding over lands where rivers flowed not with water, but with precious jewels. His dominion was described as an earthly paradise, where an unwavering justice prevailed, and where no impoverished soul ever suffered the pangs of hunger. Most crucially, he was unequivocally stated to be a Christian, though a consensus regarding the precise nature of his particular Christian denomination remained elusive and fiercely debated. Some scholars and travelers posited that he was a Nestorian, tracing his lineage back to ancient churches that had been ostracized and exiled by the Roman See. Others fervently believed he represented the last enduring vestige of Thomas the Apostle's legendary mission to India, a direct continuation of that apostolic legacy. Still others theorized that Prester John was not the name of a single individual, but rather a hereditary title, meticulously passed down from ruler to ruler, designating the guardian of a clandestine kingdom existing beyond the charted boundaries of Christendom. Concurrently, missives began to materialize in Europe, purporting to be direct correspondence from Prester John himself. These letters eloquently declared his profound devotion to Christ, expressed his earnest desire to forge alliances with Western monarchs in a united front against the infidel. They promised magnificent alliances, unimaginable treasures, and the initiation of a new, decisive crusade that would forever shatter the formidable strength of Islam. The popes in Rome perused these missives with an almost palpable eagerness, while the various European kings approached them with shrewd, calculating consideration. Yet the Templars, having spent countless hours in deep discourse with seasoned merchants returning from the East, and having absorbed hushed whispers exchanged by firelight in remote outposts, possessed the unique insight to perceive the true nature of these gilded promises. For the knights had already gathered intelligence regarding various distant kingdoms where resilient Christian communities quietly persevered. The ancient Syriac churches flourishing in Mesopotamia, the steadfast Thomas Christians dwelling on the Malabar coast, and even faint, intriguing echoes of crosses meticulously carved into ancient stones in lands far beyond European ken. They understood that these narratives possessed genuine historical roots, yet they were also acutely aware of the ease with which such roots could become intricately twisted and embellished into captivating legends. What if Prester John was not, in fact, a conventional king commanding vast armies, but rather a profound symbol of something far more ancient and enduring? What if his celebrated story concealed not a throne of gleaming gold, but an intricate alliance of hidden knowledge, a brotherhood of keepers safeguarding a sacred tradition that the Church of Rome had, perhaps deliberately, long since cast aside? During their sojourns in Damascus, they had encountered Sufi mystics who spoke reverently of saints who traversed the earth unseen, wandering in profound silence, subtly guiding the destinies of men without ever revealing their presence. In the bustling markets of Persia, merchants recounted tales of formidable guardians of secret, ancient books, men who moved with discreet purpose from city to city, diligently preserving invaluable wisdom. Could Prester John, then, be the Christian echo of these very same hidden brotherhoods? A concept artfully cloaked in royal splendor to render it palatable and acceptable to the powerful kings of the West, but in its profound essence, something far more subtle and profound. The Templars, ever vigilant, grew increasingly cautious. They understood implicitly that the Church fervently longed to seize upon the legend of Prester John, to meticulously mold his myth into a formidable spiritual and military weapon. If he proved to be a real, tangible monarch, Rome would inevitably demand his absolute submission. If he were merely a myth, Rome would nonetheless exploit his revered name to rally new crusades against its perceived enemies. However, the knights, irrevocably bound by the solemnity of their silent quest, pondered whether the captivating story of Prester John concealed a profound truth that Rome would undeniably prefer to ignore or actively suppress. This truth suggested that Christ's transcendent message had not concluded its journey at the geographical borders of Europe, nor even within the sacred confines of Jerusalem, but had instead journeyed far eastward, becoming deeply absorbed and reinterpreted within diverse cultures that worshipped in different tongues, observed alternative rites, and navigated their lives under stars mapped with distinct celestial understanding. At the hushed hour of night, the Templars envisioned Prester John not as a conventional king regally enthroned upon a jeweled seat, but rather as a stoic guardian shrouded in enigmatic shadows, diligently preserving ancient scrolls and sacred relics far beyond the intrusive reach of Rome's authority. Perhaps he was not a singular individual at all, but rather a venerable lineage, an unbroken chain of dedicated keepers stretching across countless centuries. Perhaps his true kingdom was not delineated by geographical boundaries or territorial dominion, but rather by the enduring power of memory and tradition, a clandestine brotherhood, dispersed strategically across the vast continent of Asia, patiently awaiting the propitious moment when their profound secrets must finally be unveiled to the world. For the Templar Knights, the enigmatic shadow of Prester John gradually transformed from a mere promise of military alliances into a potent, persistent reminder. Somewhere beyond the scorching deserts and towering mountain ranges lay communities of Christians long forgotten by the established Church of Rome. Perhaps these communities even existed in a symbiotic alliance with an ancient wisdom that significantly predated Christendom itself. And if this profound hypothesis proved to be true, then the Templars' sacred mission was not merely to protect devout pilgrims, nor even exclusively to unearth hidden relics beneath the temple, but rather to diligently seek out the greater, overarching whole, to gather the scattered fragments of a universal truth preserved in diverse forms across the entire face of the earth. The Church, in its public pronouncements, spoke of Prester John with vibrant, almost fervent hope, envisioning grand banners unfurled and triumphant crusades launched under his aegis. But in the solemn silence of their clandestine councils, the Templars whispered of him in a profoundly different manner. He was not a king to be summoned for earthly battles. He was a complex cipher to be meticulously understood, an enigmatic shadow pointing inexorably eastward toward profound secrets that Rome would never be able to claim as its own, yet could never entirely erase from existence. And though no knight had yet embarked upon a journey of such immense distance, the mystical road to Prester John had already begun to intricately wind its way through the very fabric of their waking dreams and their deepest aspirations. The arduous eastward journey led the Templars into territories where once mighty ancient empires had majestically risen and subsequently crumbled into mere dust, where the sacred Zoroastrian fires continued to burn with an unwavering intensity, meticulously tended in profound silence by devoted priests who steadfastly claimed their holy light had remained unextinguished since the very dawn of time. Persia, a land of pivotal crossroads, served as a vibrant nexus where caravans traversed, laden not only with luxurious silks and exotic spices, but also with profound, ancient secrets. To the majority of crusaders, Persia represented nothing more than the hostile territory of their sworn enemies. However, for the discerning Templars, it was a crucial threshold, a gateway to deeper understanding. Within the tranquil oasis towns, they intently listened to hushed whispers concerning profound dualities, the eternal interplay of light and darkness, the intricate dance between truth and falsehood, and the epic cosmic struggle that seemed to possess no conceivable end. The venerable fire temples, deliberately concealed from intrusive, prying eyes, glowed with an ethereal light emanating from eternal flames that had been meticulously sustained for countless generations. Some of the intrepid knights, venturing into Persia cloaked in clever disguises, returned with astonishing tales of rituals that struck them as eerily familiar, despite being articulated in unfamiliar foreign tongues. They spoke of sacred communal meals where bread and wine, or their symbolic equivalents, were reverently shared, not as propitiatory offerings to an avenging deity, but rather as a profound communion with the everlasting, divine flame itself. The established church would undoubtedly have summarily dismissed such startling echoes as blatant heresy, a grievous corruption of Christ's sacred message. Yet, to the Templars, these discoveries resonated deeply, as though they had unearthed a primordial thread, one that stretched far beyond the historical confines of Jerusalem, reaching back into an epoch long before prophets had meticulously delineated distinct boundaries between disparate faiths. Could it genuinely be that Persia preserved not the doctrines of an adversary, but rather a precious fragment of the very same original universal light that had initially kindled the profound mystery they themselves were sworn to guard? Travelers further informed them of clandestine brotherhoods, who moved through society cloaked in impenetrable secrecy. Some spoke in hushed tones of the Magi, not merely the renowned wise men who had once followed a guiding star to Bethlehem, but their direct descendants, who were said to still meticulously preserve hidden schools of celestial astronomy, profound alchemy, and ancient prophecy. Others recounted stories of esoteric sects who claimed to possess ancient tomes inscribed in a script far older than any alphabet the knights had ever encountered, books rumored to contain the forgotten names of angels. The Templars, bound by their solemn, unwavering vow of silence, safeguarded these potent rumors with the same meticulous care and reverence they accorded to sacred relics. In the sophisticated courts of Persia, Sufi poets eloquently recited verses steeped in profound longing, of an ineffable divine love veiled by the ephemeral human form, and of secrets so vast and profound as to defy being confined within any rigid theological doctrine. The knights, though unfamiliar with the intricate nuances of the Persian tongue, felt the immense weight of these words reverberate through their very beings, like a subtle yet powerful vibration beneath their skin. The mystics spoke compellingly of journeys undertaken inward, of battles waged not upon fields drenched in blood, but within the profound depths of the human soul. A profound question began to stir among some Templars. Was their order's true war not against mortal men at all, but rather against the pervasive ignorance that veiled humanity? against the profound darkness that obscured humankind from the essential truth it had once intimately known. Yet Persia presented a landscape fraught with danger. Beyond the serene fire temples and the lyrical beauty of whispered poems lurked the ominous presence of the assassins, that secretive Nizari sect whose formidable strongholds were meticulously carved into the unyielding mountain stone. To the uninitiated, they were an embodiment of terror, their lethal blades materializing from an unseen realm, their chilling deeds cloaked in an unnerving silence. Nevertheless, the Knights Templar perceived in them something more profound, a disconcerting reflection of their own order. Much like the Templars, the assassins adhered to an esoteric code, were bound by solemn vows of obedience, and served as custodians of arcane mysteries hidden from the common gaze. Indeed, a number of knights even harbored the suspicion that their various encounters with the assassins transcended mere skirmishes, evolving instead into a silent mutual acknowledgement between two distinct brotherhoods whose unique understanding would forever elude the broader world. The intricate tapestry of Persia's essence was not easily unraveled. Its rugged mountain ranges secreted away vast libraries, repositories of knowledge no crusader would ever behold. Its arid deserts entombed ancient shrines, long since forgotten by the ebb and flow of empires. Despite these concealed depths, the Templars sensed the profound significance of this land. It was not simply a transit point, a territory to be traversed en route to the distant realms of India or Cathay. Persia, they realized, was a venerable keeper of primordial flames, sacred embers that had glowed with an enduring light since an era predating Rome's loftiest imperial aspirations. And as their arduous journey continued eastward, carrying with them fragments of ancient lexicons, fleeting impressions of sacred rites, and the ethereal, haunting strains of Sufi chants echoing beneath the boundless desert stars, the knights began to perceive that their eastward expedition was less a campaign of conquest and more an immersive descent into the profound strata of time itself. Each deliberate step propelled them further, beyond the confines of the history their church sanctioned, into a primal memory that humanity itself seemed to have consciously endeavored to consign to oblivion. For within the mystifying confines of Persia, they had momentarily touched upon something simultaneously foreign and strangely resonant, an ethereal reverberation of illumination clad in the guise of sacred fire, a hushed intimation that the ultimate truth they so ardently pursued was far more ancient than the tenets of Christendom, more venerable than any line of kings, indeed, older even than the very stones comprising Solomon's temple. And so, with an unyielding resolve, they pressed deeper into the Orient, diligently tracking the elusive vestiges of the forgotten. The legendary Silk Road unfurled itself like a colossal river across the very backbone of the world, serving as a conduit not merely for luxurious silks and aromatic spices, but also for fervent aspirations, profound enigmas, and hushed whispers that no terrestrial boundary could ever hope to contain. For the intrepid Knights Templar who courageously ventured eastward, this ancient artery was less a straightforward thoroughfare and more a bewildering labyrinth, where each bustling caravanserai presented a new gateway into the uncharted unknown. As the desert twilight deepened, casting long, shifting shadows, the knights found themselves seated in quiet communion beside astute Persian traders, dignified Mongol envoys, and contemplative wandering monks. The fragrant tendrils of incense smoke gracefully ascended above them, as a cascade of captivating tales unspooled into the enveloping night. Narratives of resplendent, jeweled palaces in the fabled city of Samarkand, of hallowed shrines vigilantly guarded by ancient spirits, and of venerable scrolls that purportedly chronicled the very genesis of all existence. Some of these recounted stories were undeniably flights of fancy, while others were intricately interwoven with threads of profound truth. To the discerning Templars, each narrative represented a crucial piece of an overarching enigma. At the various way stations strategically positioned along the sprawling trade route, they meticulously observed and discovered enigmatic symbols intricately carved into the robust wood of doors and indelibly etched into ancient stones, recurring spirals, celestial stars, and intertwined twin serpents. They immediately recognized profound echoes of their own sacred sigils, yet these were undeniably more archaic, as if these primeval marks had been meticulously inscribed long before the distinctive red cross of the temple had ever been unfurled. These omnipresent symbols imparted the sensation of a vast, cryptic map, deliberately strewn across the expanse of the world by hands whose identity remained frustratingly beyond their grasp. Their encounters were not confined solely to merchants. They also met Buddhist monks, resplendent in their saffron robes, who carried small, exquisitely carved wooden statues and delicate scrolls inscribed with intricate flowing scripts. The knights, though incapable of deciphering the written words, observed with a quiet, profound reverence as fervent prayers were whispered over the turning prayer wheels, and as melodic chants gracefully ascended into the crisp mountain wind. There was an undeniable quality in the rhythmic cadence and the repetitive nature of these devotions that strikingly reminded them of their own solemn chants within the hallowed confines of their candle-lit chapels. It was distinct, yet not entirely alien. One particular evening, beneath a celestial vault of stars that stretched infinitely wider than any grand cathedral ceiling, a sagacious Mongol guide recounted a mesmerizing legend. He spoke of a concealed city where the earthly realm seamlessly converged with the heavens, a mystical place where luminous rivers of light gracefully descended into subterranean stone chambers. He further elaborated that this fabled city had been established by enigmatic men who had journeyed from beyond the towering mountains, bearing a profound knowledge so incandescently radiant that even the most ruthless conquerors had never dared to obliterate it. The Templars listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering glow of the communal campfire, their minds pondering, was this merely an enchanting myth, or perhaps the lingering memory of a forgotten epoch? The relentless journey itself demanded an extraordinary measure of physical and mental endurance. Ferocious sandstorms frequently swept across their path, mercilessly blotting out the sun and the guiding stars alike. In the profound silence that descended during the heart of such a storm, when the wind howled with the disembodied voices of 1,000 unseen entities, the knights felt as though they were traversing through time itself, stripped bare of all extraneous concerns, save for the unwavering determination to safeguard and carry their profound secret forward. Yet, when the tempestuous storm eventually abated and the distant horizon majestically unveiled a panorama of snow-peaked mountains, they understood with a newfound clarity that their arduous journey was, in essence, a rigorous test, one specifically designed not to utterly break their spirits, but rather to meticulously strip away all that was superfluous and unessential. In the sprawling, magnificent cities of Central Asia, the legendary Samarkand, the venerable Bukhara, and the bustling Kashgar, they immersed themselves in markets that erupted with a dazzling riot of color. Gleaming jewels, exotic spices, and sumptuous silks captivated and overwhelmed the senses. However, what most profoundly captivated the Templars were the clandestine exchanges. The discreetly passed scrolls beneath cloaks, the hushed conspiratorial conversations exchanged in shadowed corners. Here, knowledge was deemed as infinitely precious as the purest gold. They acquired invaluable insights into the practices of physicians who skillfully healed with potent herbs entirely unknown to the Western world, of astronomers who meticulously charted the celestial heavens with a breathtaking precision rivaling that of the most esteemed Greek philosophers, and of master craftsmen who possessed the astonishing ability to forge blades that would never succumb to dullness. But even more compelling were the whispered narratives of an ancient brotherhood who were said to have traversed these very trade routes long before the emergence of any established empires. Some discerning merchants spoke of them as venerable wanderers who carried a profound wisdom dating back to the very dawn of time, steadfast protectors of a sacred covenant that no earthly king could ever legitimately claim. They were rumored to have deliberately left enigmatic markers along the extensive route, subtly embedded within architectural designs, woven into the rhythmic cadence of traditional chants, and even intricately incorporated into the patterns adorning woven carpets. To the ordinary, unassuming traveler, these were merely decorative motifs. However, to the truly initiated, they functioned as profound messages. The Templars gradually began to surmise that the Silk Road itself was far more than a mere commercial artery. It was, in fact, a vibrant corridor of memory, where successive civilizations had meticulously layered their accumulated wisdom, one upon another, much like precious silk folded over silk. They pondered deeply whether their own esteemed order was perhaps but the most recent link in an unbroken chain of venerable guardians, each entrusted with precious fragments of a truth so immense and all-encompassing that it could never be fully apprehended or contained by any single people alone. At night, when the weary caravans had settled into their nightly rest and the myriad stars majestically wheeled across the infinite expanse above, the knights engaged in hushed, profound discussions among themselves. They had initially embarked upon this perilous quest, seeking sacred relics, untold treasures, or perhaps even powerful allies. But what they had ultimately discovered was stranger still, a vibrant, living current of profound knowledge, ceaselessly flowing from east to west, and then back again. Impervious to the ravages of war, and utterly unbroken by the relentless rise and inevitable fall of countless kingdoms. It was as if the very world itself had conspired to diligently preserve an ultimate secret, meticulously scattering its components across vast deserts, towering mountains, and bustling cities, ensuring that it could never be truly annihilated. And as the Knights Templar resolutely pressed onward, venturing ever deeper into the enigmatic heart of Asia, they carried with them not only the specific objectives of their own sacred mission, but also the profound, ever-growing awareness that they were treading upon a path far more ancient than the very foundation of their esteemed order. Perhaps indeed, as old as the very first spark of human wonder itself. The relentless winds sweeping across the vast steppe, carried with them compelling stories of an empire that surged into existence with the unstoppable force of a tempest, its dominion stretching from the distant Pacific shores to the very gates of Europe. To the Knights Templar, the formidable Mongol horde presented a paradoxical entity, simultaneously inspiring terror and intellectual curiosity. To some, they were nothing more than savage barbarians, yet to others, they represented an undeniable force of destiny. Their distinctive banners proudly unfurled and fluttered across horizons that few individuals in Christendom had ever dared to imagine reaching. And their legendary riders moved with a breathtaking velocity, swifter than hushed whispers, effortlessly covering immense leagues in the span of a single night. When the Templars first encountered the formidable emissaries of the Great Khan, it was not amidst the chaos of a battlefield, but rather within the subdued illumination of a dimly lit tent situated somewhere in the heart of Central Asia. The air inside the tent was notably dense with the pungent aroma of fermented mare's milk and the distinctive scent of burning juniper wood. The Mongol envoys communicated in a language that was harsh and guttural, yet their deliberate gestures clearly conveyed their intentions, signaling an unequivocal openness to parley. The knights then comprehended that the vast empire of the horsemen transcended mere military conquest. It was, in fact, an intricate web of strategic alliances, veiled threats, and binding promises. For some among the Templars, this pivotal meeting ignited a precarious hope. Could these powerful Mongols potentially serve as crucial allies against the formidable Islamic powers that were exerting immense pressure upon the beleaguered Crusader states? If the hallowed red cross of the temple could indeed ride in unison alongside the triumphant banners of the Great Khan, then perhaps the sacred city of Jerusalem itself could finally be reclaimed. Diplomatic letters were diligently dispatched and carried across vast, unforgiving deserts and sprawling steppes, bearing the authoritative seals of European kings and the distinguished signatures of Templar commanders. The ensuing responses from the Mongols were consistently enigmatic, at times offering tantalizing promises, and at others subtly veiled in a palpable threat. The Mongols frequently spoke of a singular heaven beneath which all humanity was destined to bow, yet they pointedly refrained from specifying which particular deity presided over it. And yet, beneath the thundering hooves of their cavalry and the resonant clash of steel, another profound layer of mystery began to emerge. The Templars discovered that the Mongols themselves held in deep reverence hidden teachers, sagacious individuals who expounded upon a cosmic order that was infinitely more ancient than any established temple or written scripture. Among these revered figures were shamans, their countenances dramatically adorned with ash and ochre, who pounded their drums with such primal intensity that the very earth itself seemed to reverberate. Others spoke in hushed tones of Nestorian Christians, who had established thriving communities among the Mongol tribes long before the Western world had even taken notice of their existence. In their possession were peculiar relics, crosses of an unfamiliar design, sacred texts that seamlessly blended Eastern philosophy with the narratives of the Gospels, and enigmatic symbols that resonated with an uncanny familiarity to the discerning knights. One particular account vividly describes a night when a Templar commander was granted the rare privilege of witnessing a Mongol ritual performed on the expansive open steppe. A vast circle of riders formed under the shimmering canopy of stars, and in the very center, a shaman meticulously cast various offerings into a roaring fire, strands of horsehair, drops of blood, and a potent fermented drink. The chanting ascended, a melodic invocation not unlike the psalms solemnly sung in distant chapels, as sparks spiraled gracefully skyward, carried by the wind into the boundless vault of heaven. The shaman then proclaimed with profound conviction that all earthly empires were but transient shadows of a far grander, invisible kingdom, one imperceptible to the mortal eye, yet indelibly etched into the celestial expanse. The Templar, his spirit tempered by countless years spent in arduous combat, experienced an unsettling tremor deep within his being. He pondered whether this profound insight constituted an unforgivable sacrilege, or if it represented a truth so immense that the established church dared not acknowledge it. The formidable Mongols were not merely unparalleled strategists of warfare. They also wielded an extraordinary mastery over the intricate currents of intelligence. Their swift couriers, mounted on agile horses, conveyed vital messages across vast distances at a pace far exceeding any European equivalent. Through this sophisticated network, they comprehended the very rhythm of distant kingdoms, discerning with precision the latent strengths and concealed vulnerabilities of their adversaries. For the Knights Templar, who had long perceived themselves as the vigilant guardians of esoteric wisdom, this profound command over the unseen levers of power resonated deeply within their collective consciousness. A nascent question began to stir among them. Were the Mongols simply formidable conquerors, or did they too possess a fragment of the ultimate profound secret? Yet, this burgeoning perspective was far from universally embraced among the knightly brethren. For every Templar who envisioned the potential for strategic alliances, another perceived only imminent peril. The Mongols had, with ruthless efficiency, razed flourishing cities, leaving behind vast plains strewn with the bones of the vanquished, and had desecrated sacred sites beneath the thundering hooves of their cavalry. Could such agents of widespread destruction ever truly forge a common cause with the dedicated guardians of the temple? This contentious debate reverberated through hushed councils, illuminated by the flickering glow of campfires, remaining stubbornly unresolved and casting a palpable unease. Nevertheless, one incontrovertible reality could not be overlooked. Wherever the Mongol forces traversed, they invariably left in their wake roads that were more secure than before, markets that flourished with unprecedented richness, and connections that deepened across vast territories. The legendary Silk Road thrived under their vigilant dominion, and concurrently, the flow of precious knowledge experienced a significant augmentation. The Templars, moving with stealth and discretion through the shadows, meticulously followed these burgeoning arteries of connection, venturing ever deeper into remote lands that no pontiff had ever dared to sanction their entry into. Within the meticulously safeguarded pages of their clandestine journals, certain knights painstakingly chronicled fascinating accounts of formidable Mongol fortresses. These strongholds, they noted, were not merely military bastions, but repositories where ancient scrolls were carefully preserved, sacred relics meticulously guarded, and revered sages consistently consulted prior to the initiation of any major military campaign. These cryptic entries even hinted that the Great Khan himself, despite being an unyielding ruler of iron will, showed deference to a council of hidden advisors who subtly claimed lineage from venerable ancient bloodlines. Such whispers, meticulously recorded, carried an inherent danger, for they suggested that even the most fearsome and expansive empire ultimately bowed its knee to an unseen, profound truth. The Templars, profoundly altered by these encounters, departed from them with questions far more expansive and unsettling than the initial quest for a mere alliance. Could it truly be, they mused, that the Mongols, terrifying in their martial prowess and boundless in their territorial reach, were in fact unwitting custodians of the very same hidden current of wisdom that the Knights Templar themselves served? Did their vast empire of nomadic riders, in its relentless expansion, inadvertently brush against the very secret that the Church feared above all else, the revelation that could shatter its monolithic authority? The knights carried these profound and unsettling questions with them as they pressed further eastward into territories where the familiar maps of Europe abruptly ceased, and the very fabric of the known world appeared to dissolve into the realm of ancient myth and legend. The Silk Road was not a singular, clearly defined thoroughfare, but rather a vibrant, intricate tapestry woven from countless interlinking roads, life-giving oases, and treacherous mountain passes. These pathways functioned as vital arteries, carrying not merely precious silk and exotic spices, but also a constant flow of groundbreaking ideas, closely guarded secrets, and faint whispers of forgotten kingdoms. The Knights Templar, whose existence had once been largely confined to the formidable stone fortresses of Outremer, found themselves inexorably drawn deeper into this vast and intricate network, much like moths irresistibly drawn to a distant, alluring flame. It was widely believed that whosoever could truly master the intricate workings of the Silk Road held the power to master the very flow and destiny of civilizations themselves. For along its sinuous and winding paths lay the undeniable pulse of the entire world. Initially, the knights traversed these ancient routes as conspicuous strangers. Their distinctive white mantles, which had once been a striking and instantly recognizable emblem on the battlefields of the Holy Land, here marked them unequivocally as outsiders, figures of curiosity or suspicion. Yet, under the shifting shadows cast by immense caravans and across the shimmering, oppressive heat of expansive desert plateaus, they gradually learned to adapt with remarkable resilience. They rode in companionable silence with astute merchants hailing from the fabled city of Samarkand, shared simple bread with resourceful Sogdian traders, and listened with rapt attention to the ancient stories recounted in hushed, reverent voices beneath the vast, star-studded skies. The road itself, they began to realize, was a sanctuary, a sacred space where the disparate worlds of the East and West converged not in violent conflict, but in the profound and enriching act of exchange. It was during these transformative journeys that the Templars encountered an astonishing array of relics, unlike anything they had ever witnessed or even conceived of in Europe. From the vibrant, bustling markets of Kashgar emerged ancient scrolls meticulously bound in lustrous silk, their intricate characters flowing with the grace and fluidity of rivers across aged parchment. In the opulent bazaars of Bukhara, they gazed upon breathtaking mosaics, shimmering with celestial stars and complex geometric patterns that uncannily mirrored their own esoteric sacred symbols. From the serene Buddhist monks, they absorbed parables that spoke not of a singular, exclusive Messiah, but of an innumerable host of bodhisattvas, each dedicatedly carrying the torch of compassion across the vast expanse of the ages. These profound teachings stirred something deeply resonant within their souls. For beneath the superficial veneer of cultural and religious difference, they perceived a powerful echo of the very truths they had long guarded in profound silence. One particular chronicler within the order, a man whose very name was subsequently meticulously expunged from all official records, penned an extraordinary account of a hidden library nestled within the ancient city of Merv. There, in a vast vaulted chamber situated deep beneath the crumbling ruins of a Zoroastrian fire temple, he claimed to have discovered priceless manuscripts. These texts, he wrote, seamlessly blended the rational rigor of Greek philosophy with the ethereal profundity of Persian mysticism, and even contained early Christian gospels long believed to have been utterly destroyed. The collective wisdom contained within these ancient tomes spoke eloquently of a fundamental unity of wisdom, a divine fire that had been carried from one epoch to the next, perpetually shifting in its outward form, yet never truly extinguished. The knights who were privileged to behold this extraordinary collection swore a solemn oath to protect such knowledge, even if it necessitated concealing its existence from their own ecclesiastical authority, the Church itself. However, the Silk Road was also fraught with considerable peril. Marauding bandits ceaselessly haunted its treacherous mountain passes, and colossal storms of churning sand possessed the terrifying capacity to completely engulf and obliterate entire caravans. The Templars, ever adaptable, learned to traverse these dangerous routes in cunning disguise, their distinctive white mantles meticulously hidden beneath the simple robes of ordinary traders, their formidable swords carefully wrapped in cloth to avoid drawing any undue attention. They ingeniously carved secret marks into the weathered stones of various way stations, subtle signs intelligible only to their sworn brethren, designed to guide any fellow Templars who might follow in their footsteps. To the casual observer, they appeared to be nothing more than humble pilgrims or itinerant merchants. In truth, they were dedicated seekers of a deeper, unseen current that flowed beneath the visible surface of the world. There were many nights when they camped in profound silence by crackling desert fires, their minds heavy with the weight of profound contradictions. Were they still truly knights of Christendom, bound by an unwavering oath to defend the sacred faith? Or had they, in their relentless pursuit of deeper truths, become mere wanderers, chasing elusive shadows through vast alien lands that the Pope himself would never deign to bless? Each man grappled with his own intensely personal answer. Yet the road itself, with its endless stretches and shared hardships, bound them together, inexorably pulling them further eastward. The tantalizing whispers they meticulously gathered spoke of enigmatic hidden kingdoms nestled deep within the towering mountains, of ancient monasteries where reclusive monks guarded relics far older than the city of Rome itself, and of wise sages who possessed the uncanny ability to read the celestial stars and speak of destinies not yet inscribed. The Templars pursued these slender threads of information with a devotion that bordered on fervent obsession. They held a profound conviction that in the mysterious East lay not only coveted treasures of silk and jade, but also precious fragments of the very secret that had once been solemnly entrusted to them in Jerusalem, a secret so potent and transformative that it held the power to utterly reshape the entire world. In the vibrant trading hub of Samarkand, a city renowned for its breathtaking turquoise domes and bustling markets, perpetually overflowing with exotic fragrances, they encountered tales of a mysterious sect of mystics who spoke reverently of a veiled chalice. Some accounts suggested it was a tangible relic, meticulously hidden within an ancient monastery nestled beyond the formidable Pamir Mountains. Others, however, claimed it was not a physical object at all, but rather a sacred bloodline, carried silently and secretly through countless generations. The knights listened with meticulous attention, exercising extreme caution not to betray how closely these whispered tales mirrored the profound secrets they themselves had carefully guarded since the devastating fall of the Temple in Jerusalem. By this juncture, their epic journey had transcended the initial bounds of mere reconnaissance. It had become, simultaneously, a spiritual pilgrimage, an arduous quest for ultimate truth, and a profound, self-imposed exile. Each passing mile carried them further from the restrictive reach of European kings and the absolute authority of popes, drawing them deeper into a boundless realm where diverse faiths intertwined seamlessly and historical narratives blurred into a rich, complex tapestry. The Templars began to grasp a startling realization. The Church had always harbored a deep-seated fear of this very road, not primarily for its inherent dangers, but for the profound revelations it offered. For here in the vast and ancient heart of Asia, truth could not be monopolized or rigidly controlled. It flowed freely, exchanged with the same ease as silk and spices, carried forward on the eloquent tongues of countless storytellers, and subtly concealed within the intricate folds of sacred scripture. One night, as they traversed a desolate, wind-swept steppe beneath a sky thick with an uncountable multitude of stars, a senior knight spoke softly, his voice barely a whisper, to his attentive companions. "Perhaps," he mused, "the road itself is the Grail, not a mere cup, nor a specific bloodline, but rather a unifying path that intrinsically binds the world together, demonstrating to us that no profound truth can ever truly belong exclusively to one throne, one temple, or one pope." His profound words lingered in the crisp, cold night air, simultaneously unsettling and luminous, much like the enduring glow of embers stubbornly refusing to die out. By the time the Templars finally reached the looming shadow of the majestic mountains that served as a natural demarcation between the familiar east and the even more distant, mysterious further east, they had undergone a profound transformation. They had become something that the Church, with its rigid doctrines and narrow perspectives, would no longer even recognize. Warriors, undoubtedly, they remained. Yet they had also evolved into astute guardians of enigmatic riddles, insightful interpreters of complex symbols, and relentless seekers of universal wisdom, carried discreetly within caravans of shadow. Their revered order had by now tragically fallen in Europe, mercilessly hunted by avaricious kings and unequivocally condemned by the unforgiving authority of Rome. But here, on these ancient winding roads of silk and shadow, they were forging a new identity entirely, becoming something the established Church could neither fully perceive nor effectively control. The caravans that meticulously wound their way across the expansive Silk Road were far more than simple lines of camels silhouetted against the vast horizon. They were, in essence, living veins through which flowed the very lifeblood of countless civilizations. With every melodic bell that jingled gently from a camel's neck, another captivating tale was carried forward. Stories of powerful emperors and shrewd merchants, of lost kingdoms swallowed by time, and of hidden faiths practiced in secret. The Knights Templar, meticulously disguised as unassuming traders and humble pilgrims, seamlessly became an integral part of this endless, flowing procession. They quickly assimilated the crucial understanding that the caravan served not merely as a vital form of protection from opportunistic bandits and sudden violent storms, but also as an invaluable marketplace of secrets, where the most profound and enduring treasures were not always tangible goods, but rather the intangible yet immensely potent currency of knowledge. Among the sprawling trains of camels, heavily laden with precious bolts of shimmering silk, baskets overflowing with fragrant saffron and exquisitely carved ivory, the Templars, with their keen senses, listened far more intently than they ever spoke. They sat in quiet contemplation by the flickering fires of nomadic Turkic herders, their faces illuminated by dancing sparks and swirling smoke, absorbing captivating tales of colossal mountains that were said to swallow entire armies whole. They shared warm tea with astute Persian merchants, who spoke in veiled, allegorical words of sacred objects that had been moved in profound silence, objects that had miraculously traversed vast deserts without ever once being noticed by powerful kings or cunning thieves. In the bustling, cacophonous stops where numerous caravans converged, they exchanged coins not merely for sustenance and provisions, but for invaluable whispers of ancient lore and hidden truths. It was widely recounted that a merchant hailing from Nishapur had once conveyed to them an account of a venerable relic that had journeyed eastward many generations prior. This artifact, a sacred vessel intricately inscribed with ancient Hebrew letters, had been transported into the distant lands of India during eras of intense persecution. Another individual put forth the assertion that hallowed scrolls, purportedly containing hidden gospels, had been exchanged for precious jade somewhere amidst the vast expanse of the Tarim Basin. While each of these narratives appeared profoundly improbable, the knights diligently gathered them, much like one might collect iridescent pearls, meticulously stringing them together into a compelling tapestry of burgeoning possibility. They did not lightly dismiss such whispered rumors, for they themselves served as the solemn custodians of enigmatic secrets that others deemed utterly impossible. Passage along the ancient caravan routes proved to be an exceptionally arduous undertaking. Days were consumed by extended marches beneath a relentlessly blistering sun, while nights were spent enduring the piercing chill of desert winds. Unpredictable sandstorms would descend without warning, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a disorienting maelstrom of blinding chaos. A maelstrom where even the most formidable warriors could easily lose their way. The Templars placed unwavering reliance upon seasoned caravan guides, men who possessed an innate understanding of the desert, capable of deciphering its contours like an open map and locating hidden wells where no outsider would ever conceive of looking. To reciprocate the trust placed in them, the knights offered steadfast protection. Their concealed blades gleamed with swift efficiency when marauders dared to strike. On more than one occasion, an entire caravan owed its very survival to the unspoken valor and silent ferocity of these men, who outwardly claimed to be simple traders, yet fought with the unwavering discipline of a trained army. The caravans themselves functioned as sophisticated mobile bastions. Camels bore not merely conventional goods, but also ingeniously hidden compartments where valuable treasures could be clandestinely conveyed, entirely unseen. Some astute merchants meticulously wrapped precious manuscripts inside voluminous bolts of silk, ensuring that the fabric appeared denser and heavier, but aroused no particular scrutiny. Others wove intricate coded patterns directly into carpets, thus transmitting vital intelligence across vast continents without the necessity of a single written word. The Templars observed these ingenious methods with profound intrigue, for they mirrored their own analogous techniques of concealment, cryptic crosses embedded within architectural geometry, secret messages concealed within the pages of prayer books, and esoteric wisdom, guarded not by formidable walls, but by meticulous and ingenious artistry. It was concurrently during these months that the Templars began to catch hushed whispers of a caravan unlike any other they had encountered. This particular convoy, travelers recounted, transported no ordinary commodities. Its precious cargo was entirely shrouded in an aura of profound discretion, and its guards displayed an unwavering allegiance that surpassed the devotion of any mere mercenary. Some individuals claimed it bore a sacred artifact of the Buddha, specifically a venerable bone shard enshrined within precious metals. Others whispered that within its heavily secured chests lay ancient codices, older than any known empire, sealed against the ravages of epochs. Yet there were also more ominous conjectures, suggesting that this unique caravan carried a bloodline obscured yet visible, a living scion whose safeguarding surpassed the worth of gold or silk. The Templars, hearing these compelling tales repeated in numerous distant cities, could not help but wonder if Providence itself was issuing an irresistible summons, beckoning them forward. By assimilating themselves with these vast caravan processions, the knights not only ensured their inconspicuous passage, but also meticulously delineated an intricate web of clandestine confederates. Armenian traders diligently transmitted their dispatches westward. Sufi mystics imparted esoteric insights through the evocative medium of song and symbolic gestures. Nestorian Christians cordially received them into their modest sanctuaries hewn from geological formations in the desert. The Templars gradually began to perceive the entire Silk Road as an expansive spiritual edifice without conventional walls, a sacred space where adherents of diverse doctrines offered their supplications to the same unseen source, albeit under different appellations. And yet, imminent peril lurked in every step. The Mongols, who had risen like a tempestuous force over the entirety of Asia, exerted dominion over immense territories. Their formidable generals possessed the authority to conscript entire convoys to their service, despoiling their assets or imposing crippling levies that led to their ruin. The Templars, ever prudent in avoiding incitement of distrust, occasionally lent their expertise to these formidable military commanders, assisting in constructing defensive structures, offering counsel on commerce, and even discreetly hinting at strategies successfully employed in the Crusades. In reciprocation, they earned unimpeded transit and sometimes a more exceptional privilege: access to the vast repositories of knowledge where Mongol scribes had meticulously amassed ancient writings from conquered lands. One such archive, it was purported, housed fragments of Manichaean scripture, precious vestiges of a creed that had long since vanished from the Western world. Another contained intricate astronomical charts from China, which mapped the heavens with an unparalleled exactitude utterly unknown to European scholars of the time. The knights diligently transcribed these findings, carefully concealing them within their satchels as though they were merely trivial commercial jottings. To carry such profound knowledge was in itself an inherent peril. To risk unveiling it publicly would have been to incur fatal repercussions from both the Church and the Crown alike. As the Templars pressed further into the Orient, they gradually acclimatized themselves to the rhythmic cadence of caravan life, the deliberate pace of dromedaries, the melodious refrains of the drovers, and the way celestial bodies themselves served as navigational markers across the desolate expanses. But beneath this established routine, an undercurrent of subdued imperative pulsed, a premonition of an impending revelation awaiting them further along the winding road. Each burgeoning metropolis, every hushed insinuation, every secluded sanctuary propelled them nearer to an unfolding truth they could not yet articulate. They had transcended their original identity as mere knights of Europe. They had evolved into something more enigmatic. They were custodians journeying beneath myriad ensigns, preservers of enigmatic knowledge interwoven into the very essence of the ancient trade routes. And with every measured step, they carried not only their own profound mystery, but also fragments of countless others, patiently amassing them like the fine particulate matter that gathers on a caravan, until the cumulative burden of it all was too vast for any single religious institution or any one church to contain. The grand processions advanced, winding through formidable peaks and arid wastes, carrying precious commodities, luxurious textiles, and clandestine narratives alike, and among them, enveloped in fine particulate and profound quietude, the Knights Templar continued their clandestine odyssey eastward, following a path no pontiff could endorse and no monarch could govern. Intermittently throughout the Templars' covert expedition, the barren landscape would abruptly yield to a verdant haven, an oasis. And there, nestled behind verdant clusters of date palms or hewn into precipitous rock faces, they discovered modest sanctuaries that predated recorded history. These were not monumental stone edifices akin to the grand cathedrals of Europe, but rather small, clandestine houses of worship built by hands that had toiled in obscurity, diligently concealed from the dominant sovereignties that ruled above them. Within the subterranean chambers of the Taklamakan, they uncovered deteriorating murals, depicting holy figures whose eyes conveyed both Christian and Buddhist spiritual aesthetics, cloaked in vestments that appeared to fuse distinct customs. Tapers cast dancing shadows before sacred tables where heraldic devices of the cross were juxtaposed with delicate lotus blossoms, as if the original artisans perceived no inherent dichotomy in the blending of these disparate worlds. The Templars stood in profound reverence, recognizing that here, spiritual devotion had found a way to survive. Indeed, to even flourish outside the purview of the Holy See or the Holy City. In Persian territories, they entered chapels maintained by Nestorian Christians, their priests adorned in modest vestments, intoning supplications in an ancient Semitic tongue, Syriac. These unadorned sacred spaces were ornamented not with precious metals, but with unassuming depictions of celestial birds and astral bodies. One venerable patriarch, whose facial hair cascaded like a wintry torrent, showed the Templars an antique codex encased in aged hide. Its venerable script recounted an epoch when emissaries of faith had journeyed eastward, propagating doctrines that had blossomed far beyond the imperial scrutiny of emperors. The Templars, recognizing the resonant rhythms within an unfamiliar dialect, understood that the sacred message they safeguarded was not bound to Europe alone. It had long since traversed formidable mountain ranges and vast oceans. There were even whispers of further concealed ecclesiastical sites, deeper still in the Armenian highlands and the Indian riverine expanses, where stone walls bore petroglyphs, not in the Roman liturgical language, Latin, but in languages the knights had never studied. Within a settlement situated beside the Indus River, they discovered a sacred edifice where the mosaic floor was adorned with stellar configurations. An ascetic elucidated that these designs corresponded precisely with the celestial canopy overhead, and that the edifice itself functioned as a cartographic guide, directing those who could discern its esoteric meaning toward a more profound verity. The Templars deposited votive gifts there, perceiving they had brushed against the periphery of the timeless. Many of these sacred refuges were secured not by armed sentinels, but by profound quietude. Their locations were transmitted across successive lineages, imparted in hushed tones to devout travelers who demonstrated their reliability. An itinerant might only gain knowledge of such a site after an extended period of shared travel on the road, when initial mistrust had dissolved into mutual confidence. To the uninitiated, they presented as unremarkable geological formations or derelict devotional structures, but within, the interior atmosphere was redolent with aromatic resins, and the walls bore sacred writings, inscriptions of prayers prescribed in realms governed by the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The Templars began to perceive these locales as spiritual staging posts in their clandestine spiritual journey. In each, they were reminded that spiritual devotion could not be circumscribed by geographical boundaries or imperial edicts. Within a particular subterranean chamber, they discovered an unadorned timber cross adorned with blossoms. In another, a fresco depicting Christ with a countenance that bore a distinctly oriental aspect. His eyes were elongated and tranquil, his hand extended in benediction over a populace far removed from the Roman center. Each successive revelation intensified their belief that their fraternity had not originated solely for military engagement, but rather to preserve esoteric truths that superseded the transient battles of kings. Some sanctuaries housed venerated artifacts, items of solemn veneration clandestinely transmitted through generations. A vestige of fabric reputedly originating from the Holy City, a goblet sculpted from dark chalcedony, containing not fermented grape juice, but arid region water during sacred rites. A stone slab inscribed with text that alluded to apocryphal gospels. The Templar brethren refrained from appropriating these sacred items, but they committed to memory the supplications murmured above them, internalizing those sacred utterances with solemnity, as though they were personal valuables. However, not every visitor to these devotional sites harbored respectful intentions. There were emissaries dispatched by imperial powers, ardent to unveil concealed secrets, to subjugate these tranquil refugees beneath monarchical authority. The Templars occasionally maintained nocturnal vigils, cloaked in obscurity, their blades unsheathed exclusively when the sanctity of the quietude was imperiled. They thus became unseen custodians of territories that were simultaneously unowned and universally accessible. For them, this vocation resonated with them not merely as an obligation, but as an intrinsic calling, a profound sense of destiny. It was within one of these secluded sanctuaries, nestled amidst the towering peaks near the ancient city of Samarkand, that the Templars encountered a narrative destined to profoundly alter their arduous journey. A cloistered ascetic, His voice, as ephemeral as the glow of a distant candle, imparted a prescient pronouncement. Valiant warriors, bearing the scars of perfidy from the West, would discover in the Orient not merely a haven, but also a profound unveiling of truth. This ancient oracle spoke of an arcane knowledge interred in the lands beyond the mountains, a veiled enigma concealed through epochs, patiently awaiting custodians resolute enough to carry its profound significance forward into a new age. The devoted brethren departed from the sacred enclosure that night in profound quietude, the arid nocturnal breeze chilling their protective garments. Not a single word was uttered, yet each instinctively grasped that their peregrination was no longer one of mere banishment. They had stepped into an intricate tapestry of fate, a preordained path that spanned vast landmasses, inextricably linking them to voices that had articulated these truths centuries before their very birth. Thus, with each secluded shrine they encountered, each luminously adorned sacred slab carved into stone, the Templars bore onwards not solely their own enigmatic doctrines, but also those of countless unremembered adherents. The route ahead remained unpredictable, yet they traversed it as custodians of veiled truths that stretched beyond terrestrial realms and transcended the very confines of chronology. The legendary Silk Road unfurled before the Templars like a vast artery of granular soil and boundless promise, meandering through parched deserts, over formidable mountain ranges, and into vibrant urban centers where diverse tongues intertwined like converging waves. Mercantile processions groaned under the prodigious burden of lustrous fabrics, aromatic condiments, and precious stones, their sonorous ornaments tinkling gently in the dry wind. Yet beneath the ceaseless mercantile activity and the shimmer of opulence lay ancient streams of influence, primordial flows of concealed lore, of arcane knowledge transmitted surreptitiously from hand to hand like coins exchanged in the deep night. The Templars journeyed incognito, their iconic white mantles carefully stowed away, their formidable blades secreted beneath the folds of unadorned raiment. Among the throngs of traders, they assimilated into commercial life, mastering the art of negotiation over rolls of fine fabric and pouches of pungent seasoning. Their once proud, resonant tones, accustomed to martial commands, softened to the inflections of commerce and discretion. Nevertheless, their gazes remained unyieldingly watchful, searching for indications that the winding pathway carried more than mere commodities, that it conveyed subtle intimations of the profound enigmas they sought. Upon reaching Samarkand, they discovered a city that seemed less a geographical location than an animated chronicle. Slender minarets ascended into the cerulean sky, their glazed adornments glistening like celestial bodies, while the sprawling bazaars vibrated with utterances from every corner of the known world. Here, a merchant from the Serenissima traded vitreous ornaments to an aristocratic steppe lord. There, an erudite savant from Persia engaged in discourse with an itinerant from Hindustan beneath the leafy canopy of a venerable fig tree. The Templars observed with profound stillness, absorbing mere slivers of erudition, charting unseen linkages between distant lands. In the hallowed scriptoria of Samarkand, overseen by learned sages whose eyes radiated intellectual fervor, they caught sight of manuscripts that seemed utterly improbable. Ancient Hellenic rolls detailed philosophies once believed to have vanished from Europe. Pharmacological compendia described therapeutic remedies entirely unfamiliar in the Occident, utilizing botanicals harvested from the elevated gradients of the Himalayas. And in a secured compartment, they were presented with a parchment that referred to an ancestral lineage transported towards the Orient, a phrase that deeply resonated with their inner being. The calligraphy was ancient, its characters intertwining like creeping plants. And though the scholar who revealed it professed ignorance of its import, the Templars instantly perceived the reverberation of their own clandestine mission. Further east, in the bustling city of Kashgar, they ventured into a market at daybreak, where traders unrolled carpets adorned with emblems that seemed strikingly recognizable. Cruciform designs integrated into annular forms, celestial bodies intermingling with heraldic lilies, motifs akin to those etched into Templar sanctuaries in Europe. When they inquired about the provenance of these designs, the artisans gestured dismissively, explaining they had been instructed by their maternal ancestors, who in turn had acquired the knowledge from unacquainted passers-by multiple lineages ago. It was as though a spectral presence of their brotherhood had traversed these routes long before their own arrival. In the nocturnal hours, by the flickering hearths of mercantile convoys, the Templars hearkened to narratives, anecdotes of ascetics who had traversed arid wastes bearing concealed sacred texts, myths of a holy vessel that had once reposed within an urban center consumed by desert, and hushed accounts of Occidental champions who had vanished into the Orient centuries prior, their destinies unrevealed. Whether verifiable fact or folkloric fabrication, these stories were recounted with a solemn respect that instilled in the cavaliers the belief that they were not utterly solitary in their undertaking. The Silk Road, however, was also a perilous realm. Brigands concealed themselves amidst the undulating sandhills, poised to assault fatigued sojourners. On one occasion, beneath an unlit firmament, the Templars sallied forth to defend a convoy of cynic traders whose conveyances had been assailed by marauders. Their formidable blades gleamed like shards of electricity in the darkness, and though the warriors kept their genuine personas concealed, the merchants afterward narrated tales of pallid specters who battled with Herculean might. Such accounts, circulating through bazaars and hostelries, augmented the legend of ghostly guardians frequenting the mercantile pathways. In the elevated defiles of the Pamirs, where the atmosphere rarefied and the celestial bodies appeared within reach, the Templars uncovered a further enigma. A caravan chieftain led them to a sanctuary hewn into the rock, where the walls displayed stellar patterns delineated by wavering oleaginous illuminations. "This is the chart of the route," the guide explained, "but it is not terrestrial. It is celestial." The Templars remained in quiet contemplation, comprehending that traders had journeyed not only with terrestrial markers and beaten paths, but with the very configurations of the stars. It evoked recollections of whispered reports within their own brotherhood, that the sacred edifice's design corresponded with the cosmos, as though the terrestrial realm and the firmament constituted a unified blueprint. Yet the paramount secret of the Silk Road lay neither within its commodities, its perils, nor its sacred sites. It resided in the continuous lineage of linkage. It unveiled a world where concepts could traverse unhindered like lustrous fabric, where veiled truths could span vast landmasses, cloaked as narratives, veiled as melodies, or masked as emblems. The Templars, traversing discreetly through this vibrant current, understood that their mission was not solely to protect sacred artifacts, but rather to safeguard the concealed filaments uniting disparate cultures. One particular evening, as they bivouacked under a celestial vault, an erudite companion accompanying them recited a poetic line in a tongue unfamiliar to any of the cavaliers. He clarified that it referred to a vessel not of mineral, but of vital essence and corporeal substance, conveyed towards the Orient by those who searched for sanctuary from oppression. The warriors exchanged knowing looks. The pronouncements bore too strong a resemblance to their arcane knowledge to disregard. They pondered, could the sacred chalice itself, not as a tangible artifact, but as a continuous ancestral line, have traversed these pathways far in advance of their arrival? The Silk Road bore them deeper into the continent of Asia, but more profoundly it led them into the flows of an enigma that defied confinement by any single territory or belief system. Each urban center, each sacred site, each hushed tradition seemed to indicate a fundamental reality that was more profound than its individual components. The cavaliers pressed forward, their spirits laden with inquiries and their movements directed by the faint outlines of fate, as though the pathway itself were beckoning them toward a profound discovery poised just beyond the visible boundary. In the elevated depressions of Tibet, the atmosphere became more rarefied, the peaks ascended more loftily, and the quietude was more absolute than anything the Templars had ever known. Frozen precipitation sparkled like pulverized gem on summits that penetrated the firmament, while sacred banners rippled in the wind, their vibrant hues conveying mantras into the boundless firmament. The Templars, fatigued from an extended journey along the Silk Road, discovered themselves stepping into an unparalleled realm, a domain where chronology appeared to cease, where every stone intimated timelessness. It was here that they encountered the ascetics, who safeguarded the concealed scriptures. Their monastic edifice adhered to a precipice like a luminous beacon against the rock, its surfaces adorned with hallowed frescoes, its corridors reverberating with the profound drone of liturgical songs that seemed to stir the spirit profoundly. The ascetics greeted the foreign visitors unhesitatingly, providing bowls of traditional Tibetan beverage, warm and comforting against the alpine cold, and accommodation amidst their brethren to repose. The Templars revealed scant information about their identities, yet the monks appeared to perceive beyond unspoken words, as though their gazes could penetrate shrouds of discretion. During the nocturnal hours, in chambers illuminated by traditional Tibetan illuminants, the cavaliers were presented with manuscripts so venerable that the vellum disintegrated upon contact. These were the hidden sutras, writings purported to encompass not merely the doctrines of the Enlightened One, but erudition of much greater antiquity, vestiges of insight maintained when vast dominions collapsed and urban centers turned to ruin. The ascetics elucidated in tranquil tones that these scriptures had been transported over ranges by itinerant spiritual practitioners, preserved not for dominion, but for the protection of verity. A specific manuscript particularly captivated the cavaliers. It referred to a melody, despite the term being alien to the language of Tibet. Its portrayal, once rendered into their language, resonated with a myth familiar to the cavaliers, a vessel not of earthenware, but of vibrant essence, conveying a hallowed legacy across territories. Was this merely happenstance? Or had the subtle intimations of the sacred chalice permeated even this remote locale, conveyed by the identical enigmatic flows of destiny that had directed the cavaliers towards the Orient? The ascetics instructed not via verbal elucidation, but through practical illustration. They guided the cavaliers into contemplative chambers where the atmosphere resonated with deep intonations, voices intertwining like confluent streams merging into an ocean of sonority. The reverberation was so potent that the warriors sensed it deep within their skeletal structure, as though the very geological formations beneath them vibrated with concealed vitality. They were beckoned to recline, to inhale, to allow quietude to instruct them. And for the initial instant since their brotherhood's collapse, the knights experienced not the burden of banishment, but an unusual, radiant tranquility. During the subsequent period, the Templars were initiated into disparate elements of the monastic wisdom, intricate celestial charts that precisely corresponded with the apertures of their sacred edifices, elaborate schematics of the human form delineating currents of vital essence imperceptible to ordinary sight, and precise directives for respiration designed to pacify the spirit and hone intellectual acuity. Although the knights did not wholly grasp the profound depths of these teachings, an intuitive perception dawned upon them that this erudition resonated with the very essence of their own esoteric traditions, representing an alternative trajectory ascending towards the identical pinnacle of ultimate verity. Yet, the sacred sutras were not solely imbued with precepts of tranquility. Within a secluded sanctum, shielded by portals secured with crimson ligatures, the venerable monks unveiled ancient parchments that recounted epic conflicts predating recorded history, titanic struggles between the proponents of illumination and the adherents of shadow, perpetually re-emerging, forever unresolved. A particular ancient manuscript detailed the existence of custodians of sacred artifacts, individuals remarkably akin to the Templars themselves, who had been charged with safeguarding invaluable spiritual treasures. Furthermore, another passage alluded to an ancient prognostication, foretelling the eventual arrival of foreign emissaries from remote territories, who would journey not with martial intent, but impelled by a profound spiritual longing for that which had been concealed. The knights absorbed these revelations with an almost reverent silence. Throughout their existence, they had been steadfast in their conviction that their own sacred undertaking was unparalleled, a divine imperative divinely conferred upon their brotherhood. Nevertheless, in this remote sanctuary, transcending vast geographical divides and cultural dissimilarities, they encountered profound echoes of their own identities within an entirely distinct spiritual lineage. They were, in essence, guardians, ardent seekers, and vigilant protectors of venerable wisdom. Could their consecrated journey truly be not an isolated endeavor, but rather an integral component of an immense, overarching design, a vast, intricate network of clandestine guardians, dispersed across the global tapestry, each entrusted with preserving a minuscule yet essential facet of a grander totality. On a specific evening, as delicate flakes of snow descended in hushed, ethereal shrouds, the venerable abbot of the secluded monastery guided the armored knights to an arcane cavern situated precariously high above the verdant valley floor. Within this subterranean sanctuary, the ancient rock surfaces were adorned with enigmatic pictorial representations, concentric rings interlocked within one another, incandescent flames gracefully embracing a blossoming lotus, and at the very core, a resplendent chalice emanating an effulgent glow. The knights gazed in utter stupefaction, for the depicted imagery was unequivocally that of the legendary Grail. The abbot, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips, elucidated that its significance transcended a mere physical receptacle. Instead, it served as an enduring emblem of vitality perpetuated from one epoch to the next. The sacred vessel, he intoned, resides within the very core of your being. These profound utterances resonated with an impact more profound than any blade could inflict. For years, they had relentlessly pursued tangible relics across vast, tumultuous oceans, meticulously safeguarding priceless treasures within impregnable stone strongholds, and valiantly jeopardizing their very existence for the acquisition of potent artifacts. However, in the rarefied atmosphere of these majestic peaks, they were imparted with the revelation that the veritable Grail was not a material object to be possessed, but rather an immutable verity to be embodied and enacted. Nevertheless, even amidst their burgeoning sense of reverence, an unsettling premonition persisted. The venerable abbot cautioned that such esoteric wisdom perpetually faced peril from monarchs driven by an insatiable desire for dominion, from ecclesiastics who harbored profound apprehension towards it, and from individuals intent on perverting its essence for their own nefarious objectives. It is incumbent upon you to bear forth the profound insights you have assimilated, he declared with solemnity, not with the intention of proprietorship, but rather to vigilantly safeguard its sacred luminescence until the opportune moment manifests. Upon the Templars' eventual departure, the monastic brethren deliberately withheld any tangible memento, no physical relic nor inscribed parchment, to serve as authentication of their arduous pilgrimage. Instead, they carefully deposited a singular, intricately woven knot of multi-hued thread into each knight's outstretched hand, its strands imbued with the vibrant shades of red, yellow, green, blue, and white, precisely mirroring the spectrum of the prayer flags that undulated gently above the monastery's venerable structures. This token, the abbot pronounced, is not a testament of empirical evidence, but rather an enduring emblem of recollection. Bear it with you, and the path ahead shall, in turn, acknowledge your presence. The Templars embarked on their onward journey, riding beneath the majestic, towering peaks, their inner beings now brimming with inquiries far more profound and expansive than any definitive solutions. They had embarked upon a quest for intellectual comprehension, only to encounter profound reflections of themselves and universal verities. They had meticulously scoured for a tangible sacred artifact, yet instead unearthed a transformative spiritual epiphany. And even as the formidable mountain ranges progressively receded into the distant background, the ethereal reverberations of the monks, melodic incantations appeared to accompany them, a subtle, resonant hum permeating the very cadence of their expedition, propelling them inexorably forward towards future destinies still shrouded in enigmatic obscurity. The armored knights commenced their descent from the elevated, austere altitudes of Tibet, gradually entering fertile valleys that vibrated with impalpable vitality. The ambient temperature steadily increased, the terrain transformed into a verdant expanse, and in due course, they arrived at a pivotal juncture where diverse civilizations intersected. Here unfolded the legendary Silk Road, an immense, pulsating conduit of commerce and burgeoning lore, where extensive processions of dromedaries traversed the landscape in elongated formations, their melodic bells resonating like hushed supplications, laden with precious silks, exotic spices, delicate glass, and clandestine knowledge. This ancient thoroughfare transcended its function as a mere pathway for commodities. It manifested as a dynamic current of philosophical concepts, religious convictions, and hushed intimations that subtly permeated every remote recess of the global expanse. The Templars, who had previously served as vigilant custodians of Europe's sacred foundations, now found themselves transformed into intrepid wayfarers traversing this expansive, interconnected, global network. Their previous identities as formidable knights of impregnable stone fortresses or austere crusader encampments were shed. Instead, they adopted the guise of enigmatic, cloaked horsemen, seamlessly integrating into the flow of passing caravans. Their distinctive plate armor was meticulously obscured beneath multiple layers of fabric, and their emblematic symbols were carefully veiled by the pervasive dust of the road. Nevertheless, within the keen, observing gazes of astute merchants and devout pilgrims, they continued to exude an unmistakable aura of enigma, as if those who witnessed them instinctively perceived that they carried a burden of extraordinary significance. As their arduous journey progressed along this ancient thoroughfare, the Templars frequently encountered resonant reverberations of their own enigmatic existence. Within bustling marketplaces, shaded by magnificent domes adorned with iridescent turquoise tiles, Muslim merchants recounted tales of clandestine fraternities bound by solemn oaths to safeguard esoteric wisdom antedating the reign of any monarch. In the communal spaces of wayside hostelries, erudite Chinese scholars melodiously recited verses celebrating deathless sages who imbibed from exquisitely carved jade vessels, not mere receptacles for earthly vintages, but profound conduits bestowing enlightenment. Even itinerant ascetics, their forms draped in tattered vestments and their voices murmuring cryptic pronouncements to the shifting breezes, spoke of a luminous chalice of elemental fire, diligently protected by enigmatic figures originating from the Occidental lands. A dawning comprehension settled upon the knights. Their own burgeoning legend had, in fact, preceded them, intricately interwoven into the very fabric of the Silk Road, much like another precious article of trade. Nevertheless, this extensive thoroughfare was simultaneously fraught with considerable peril. Marauding brigands incessantly plagued its desolate expanses, launching sudden assaults from concealed rocky escarpments. Furthermore, formidable Mongol patrols exacted compulsory levies, their piercing gazes meticulously scrutinizing for any signs of espionage. Covert, antagonistic fraternities also lay concealed within the pervasive shadows, their presence imperceptible yet undeniably potent. The notorious assassins of Persia, the enigmatic secret societies of China, and the shrouded emissaries of far-flung royal courts. The Templars journeyed under an unspoken covenant of discretion, acutely aware that a single misstep could expose their identities to adversaries both ancient and emergent. As darkness descended, the road itself underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, transforming into a vibrant spectacle illuminated by the flickering glow of countless fires. For collective security, the numerous caravans would arrange their wagons in defensive perimeters. Campfires blazed vehemently, offering both warmth against the biting desert cold and luminous beacons in the encroaching darkness, while a cacophony of human voices, conversing in myriad dialects, intermingled throughout the encampment. The Templars, maintaining a deliberate distance, would observe and absorb. A merchant, perhaps, might recount vivid descriptions of fabled metropolises, their thoroughfares purportedly paved with precious gold, situated in the remote reaches of the Orient. A monastic figure might narrate an account of a hallowed mountain peak where the celestial realm seemingly converged with the terrestrial. A wayfarer hailing from the Indian subcontinent might softly murmur about a resplendent gem secreted within an ancient shrine, possessing an intrinsic luminosity that suggested it was imbued with life itself. Each individual narrative represented a distinct piece, a glistening shard within an expansive, intricate mosaic, collectively intimating profound verities dispersed thinly across a multitude of sovereign states. It was within the confines of one such nocturnal encampment that the knights experienced a peculiar encounter with an enigmatic presence, a veritable shadow manifest. A figure shrouded entirely in a voluminous cloak advanced towards them with an unnerving lack of trepidation, as though his arrival had been preordained. His countenance remained entirely obscured, his vocalizations were hushed, yet his pronouncements resonated with an almost surgical exactitude. You endeavor to procure that which is incapable of physical conveyance. You pursue that which fundamentally resists all forms of possession. Somolium. He expounded upon the nature of the Grail, not as a cherished artifact, but rather as an existential journey in itself, an infinite, circuitous trajectory, perpetually progressing forward. When the knights pressed him insistently for his identity, he responded with laconic simplicity, identifying himself merely as a traveler, before dissolving seamlessly back into the anonymity of the throng. They were never to behold him again. The passage of days extended into weeks, and the ancient thoroughfare progressively transformed into a profound, reflective surface, mirroring life's inherent dichotomies. For every genuine treasure, an opportunistic thief invariably emerged. For every authentically spiritual individual, a deceptive charlatan inevitably appeared. For every authentic fragment of profound wisdom, a convincing counterfeit invariably presented itself. Through this crucible of experience, the knights cultivated an acute faculty for discerning truth, not through the superficiality of spoken utterances, but rather by the gravitas and introspective resonance of the silence that ensued. If a narrative provoked a sense of unease or agitation, they would promptly disregard it. Conversely, if it evoked a contemplative hush, they would embrace it with reverence. Within the magnificent metropolis of Samarkand, beneath towering minarets that gleamed with the brilliance of sapphire-tipped lances, they ventured into sprawling bazaars where ancient scrolls originating from Byzantium reposed alongside sacred sutras from India, and where the evocative fragrances of Arabian perfumes intermingled with the aromatic incense of China. Here, they were afforded a fleeting yet potent vision of the grand synthesis their order had long envisioned, a pivotal nexus where the disparate cultures of the Orient and the Occident intricately converged. A cryptic missive surreptitiously reached their possession, inscribed upon a delicate sliver of silk fabric that had been stealthily inserted among their personal effects. The terse declaration read, "Your brethren are under surveillance. The Occidental powers have not relinquished their memory of you." These words sent a profound shiver through their very core. Despite the immense geographical barriers of vast oceans and arid deserts that physically separated them from the European continent. The formidable influence of monarchs and pontiffs, it became chillingly apparent, still extended its tendrils along the intricate arteries of the Silk Road. Unseen, yet undeniably present, were agents dispersed amidst the multitude of traders and monastic figures whose watchful eyes relayed intelligence back across the global expanse. The Templars, therefore, were no longer merely outcasts confined to the Western territories. They had, in essence, become fugitives universally, with no sanctuary remaining beyond the reach of their adversaries. Nonetheless, the arduous journey along the Silk Road intermittently presented instances of profound, tranquil marvel. They traversed immense desert expanses where the celestial luminaries glittered with the intensity of incandescent rivers, their brilliance far surpassing any firmament they had previously witnessed. They journeyed through verdant valleys where the prevailing winds orchestrated melodic symphonies as they swept through ancient stone arches, meticulously sculpted by the forgotten artisans of antiquity. They sought refuge in caravanserais, whose weathered walls bore the indelible inscriptions of countless wayfarers who had preceded them, centuries of devout pilgrims leaving their ephemeral marks, like spectral shadows etched upon enduring stone. In these contemplative intervals, the knights experienced a paradoxical sensation, feeling simultaneously diminutive in the grand scheme of existence, yet also part of something immeasurable and perennial, borne along by a temporal current vastly predating their individual narratives. Yet the enigmatic presence of the Grail persistently weighed upon their consciousness, no longer perceived as a mere artifact, but as an ever-present philosophical inquiry. Could its ultimate enigma truly be concealed amidst the intricate currents of commerce and the relentless flow of time? Or had their tireless pursuit been, in essence, a chase after fleeting reverberations, mere reflections shimmering upon the ephemeral dunes of remembrance? The legendary Silk Road, in its expansive and intricate complexity, did not furnish definitive resolutions, but rather presented an inexhaustible multiplicity of potential routes. Consequently, the valiant knights persevered in their arduous expedition, their forms gradually blurring into the pervasive dust, merging with the boundless expanse of the distant horizon, diligently tracing a serpentine path that paradoxically appeared to extend in every conceivable direction, whilst simultaneously leading to no singular, fixed destination. The ever-present, watchful shadows ceaselessly accompanied their progress, moving with an almost sentient stillness, as if the very thoroughfare itself possessed a living consciousness, continually scrutinizing and challenging their unwavering determination. As the Templars extended their arduous expedition progressively eastward, the intricate tapestry of the world appeared to unveil its concealed portals with increasing frequency. The ancient thoroughfare guided them beyond the vast, arid expanses of Central Asia, navigating treacherous mountain passes and traversing lush, fertile plains, until the very atmosphere became redolent with the rich, pervasive aroma of burning incense, and the cacophony of spoken tongues surrounding them transformed with the fluidity of converging rivers. Here, amidst the architectural grandeur of towering pagodas, sacred shrines, and venerable temples that radiated a soft, ethereal luminescence from countless lanterns, they encountered individuals whose very existence seemed to transcend the conventional constraints of temporal progression. These were profound mystics, whose entire lives were consecrated not to the pursuit of earthly regalia or the fervor of holy wars, but exclusively to the profound and enigmatic mysteries of the human spirit. The Templar Knights were received with hospitality at a monastery, hewn directly into the colossal rock face of a mountain, where the interior walls were adorned with intricate frescoes depicting mythical dragons and lotus flowers unfurling gracefully upon serene, placid waters. The monks, attired in vibrant vestments of deep orange and rich red hues, offered profound genuflections and presented the weary travelers with humble portions of rice and tea. To the knights, these holy men appeared devoid of weaponry, seemingly vulnerable, yet their eyes possessed an extraordinary profundity that penetrated the impenetrable carapace of their guarded mission. As twilight descended, the monks escorted them into a grand chamber where colossal, burnished bronze chimes dangled like celestial orbs. The atmosphere resonated powerfully when the gongs were sounded, enveloping the space in resonant undulations of sound that appeared to reverberate deep within the very skeletal structure of all present. And venerable patriarch, his countenance etched with the wisdom of ages, resembling an ancient, creased scroll, addressed the knights with a soft, measured tone. He posed a contemplative query. While your quest is for a physical container, might the true vessel not be the corporeal form itself? And could the invaluable treasure you diligently protect be the very essence of life, the animating breath shared by all humanity? This profound inquiry, devoid of any judgmental tone, rendered the Templars utterly speechless, prompting deep introspection. A short while subsequent to this encounter, in a secluded dell where towering bamboo groves rustled with an ethereal murmur, akin to the hushed utterances of disquieted phantoms, they chanced upon a distinct spiritual guide. Chulu. This lone itinerant, clad only in unadorned vestments, whose sole worldly possession was a rugged, twisted walking stick, expounded upon the principles of the Tao, elucidating it as an ineffable trajectory, an underlying current that subtly permeated every facet of existence. In his philosophical framework, the fabled Grail represented neither a tangible artifact nor a genealogical lineage, but rather an intrinsic flow of cosmic equilibrium, accessible to individuals only when they relinquished their desperate need for control and acquisition. He imparted a profound metaphor. Should one cling with excessive tenacity, he counseled, this vital current will inevitably elude your grasp. Conversely, if one chooses to move in harmonious synchronicity with it, the stream itself will effortlessly guide you towards your destined purpose. A contingent of the Templars, whose spirits had been steeled by relentless combat and honed by protracted years of relentless questing, summarily dismissed these pronouncements as mere enigmatic utterances, inscrutable and perplexing. However, a different faction experienced an awakening within their innermost being, as if these enigmatic foreign figures were meticulously drawing back layers of concealment they had never previously conceived of raising. A nascent question began to form. Might the profound mystery of the Grail not be destined for entombment within ancient stones or protection by formidable blades, but rather intended to be embodied and experienced through quiet contemplation and a life lived in tranquil equipoise? Eventually, the Templars arrived at a serene temple garden, a sanctuary where delicate cherry blossoms descended ceaselessly, carpeting the ground like a soft, ethereal pink snowfall. Within this tranquil enclosure, they observed a sacred ceremony entirely dissimilar to any devotional practice they had previously encountered. Numerous candles glowed with a soft luminescence, arranged in precise, intricate configurations, while fragrant incense ascended in graceful spirals into the deepening twilight. Simultaneously, cloaked individuals meticulously delineated circular patterns upon the hallowed ground. Legend held that this particular site served as a hallowed nexus where celestial realms intersected with the human spirit, a locale where individuals attuned to its subtle energies might discern the resonant cadence of perpetual existence. A particular night, whose convictions had been profoundly challenged and refined by protracted years of banishment and arduous travel, knelt amidst the fallen petals. He experienced a profound sense of tranquility, distinct from the familiar solace of supplication, as though the very earth beneath him preserved the faint echo of a primeval, forgotten mystery. The various spiritual guides and esoteric practitioners they met throughout their journey never once posed inquiries regarding their identities or the nature of their hidden cargo. Rather, their gazes conveyed an inherent understanding, as though the Templars were not unfamiliar visitors, but integral figures within a grand narrative that had commenced its unfolding eons before the very inception of their sacred order. One venerable sage with a voice like rustling leaves, softly intoned, "Your chosen trajectory forms a segment of a greater cyclical pattern, and it is the inherent nature of all circles to invariably complete their revolution, returning to their origin." However, not every interaction proved to be as tranquil or enlightening. Within a desolate, wind-scoured province, they stumbled upon a reclusive sect of ascetics whose rigorous disciplines teetered precariously on the brink of perilous extremism. These adherents were convinced that true spiritual illumination could only be attained through radical privation, extended periods of starvation, self-inflicted physical torment, and the absolute renunciation of all corporeal attachments. Their emaciated leader, whose gaze burned with an almost feverish intensity, asserted knowledge of a potent relic, one purportedly capable of altering the very trajectory of vast empires. He solemnly pledged to divulge the hidden location of this formidable artifact, provided the knights were willing to subject themselves to his arduous and potentially dangerous spiritual ordeals. The Templar order, exercising caution and sensing an underlying fanaticism in his fervor, judiciously declined his proposition. Nevertheless, as they departed that somber region, a lingering uncertainty gnawed at them. Had his words contained a kernel of genuine veracity, or was he merely a transient manifestation of humanity's ceaseless, often destructive fixation on dominion and influence? With every subsequent interaction, the Templar Knights progressively discerned an emerging, consistent motif. Each spiritual guide they encountered invariably communicated in enigmatic pronouncements concerning containers, trajectories, and cyclical forms, yet conspicuously refrained from offering the tangible, explicit details for which the Templars so ardently yearned. Not a single individual could present them with an actual chalice, a decipherable manuscript, or a verifiable artifact to concretely validate the arduousness of their quest. Instead, these encounters bequeathed upon them a series of profound inquiries, each query possessing a philosophical weight far exceeding that of the material riches they had once meticulously accumulated within the bastions of their European strongholds. The elusive Grail, by all indications, appeared to possess an omnipresent yet simultaneously intangible quality. Its essence resided in the profound quietude following a temple bell's resonance, within the hushed serenity of swaying bamboo thickets, and in the delicate descent of a solitary cherry petal. Paradoxically, the very ineffability and ungraspable nature of this ultimate object of desire served only to propel the knights deeper into their arduous expedition. Their sacred undertaking had commenced with the tangible implements of warfare and the allure of precious metals. Yet, its progression now manifested amidst profound quietude and the ephemeral tendrils of incense smoke, expressed through symbolic representations so expansive and profound that no single individual could ever hope to fully appropriate or comprehend them. Upon their eventual departure from these eastern territories, bearing with them the resonant wisdom imparted by the monks, the insightful pronouncements of the sages, and the philosophical musings of the wanderers, the Templars discovered a profound alteration within themselves. Their protective panoply now seemed to weigh more ponderously. Their guarded confidences felt considerably more vulnerable. Yet their perceptual scope had expanded immeasurably. While the eastern lands had not yielded the tangible grail they initially sought, they had bestowed upon the knights an invaluable, albeit as yet indefinable, understanding. This entailed a nascent realization that their arduous odyssey was no longer predicated on mere acquisition, but rather on profound spiritual enlightenment and discovery. Even so, from regions lying tantalizingly beyond the visible horizon, faint but persistent murmurs continued to circulate. These hushed tales spoke of an enigmatic mountain perpetually shrouded in dense cloud cover, of ancient treatises meticulously safeguarded by venerable sages whose wisdom predated the very formation of empires, and of an ultimate gateway where the elusive Grail could potentially finally be brought to light. Undaunted, the knights continued their relentless advance, the profound utterances of the mystics resonating within their consciousness, like the fading peal of distant chimes, drawing them inexorably further into the intricate, winding maze of their destiny. Their continued eastward trek ushered the Templar Knights into an environment utterly distinct from any landscape they had previously encountered. The familiar expansive plains and arid desert gusts had vanished entirely. Instead, colossal mountain ranges loomed before them, so immense they appeared to form the celestial ramparts of paradise itself, their majestic peaks perpetually crowned with pristine snow, their uppermost reaches radiating a fiery luminescence akin to smoldering coals beneath the descending sun. This formidable range was none other than the Himalayas, a region steeped in ancient mysticism, largely unyielding to passage, and rumored to be the sacred dwelling place of divine beings. Their arduous ascent commenced at the base of deep valleys where torrents of water cascaded from ancient glaciers, their pristine currents as frigid and translucent as polished crystal. Scattered hamlets tenaciously adhered to the steep mountainsides, their robust roofs constructed from stone and timber, adorned with vibrant prayer flags that danced rhythmically in the ceaseless mountain breezes. Even the knights, whose resolve had been tempered by countless years of arduous journeys, experienced a profound sense of diminutiveness in this grand setting, as though each stride they took was scrutinized by invisible sentinels residing in the lofty peaks. Even their stalwart steeds exhibited signs of disquiet, their exhalations forming visible plumes of vapor in the thin, cold air. The treacherous trail constricted considerably as they continued their upward climb, winding perilously along sheer cliff faces where even the slightest miscalculation in foot placement would plunge them into bottomless chasms from which no mortal could ever hope to emerge alive. The distant booming roar of avalanches reverberated through the vast expanse, and the celestial sphere above appeared to draw nearer, its countless stars blazing with an intense brilliance, reminiscent of the watchful eyes of primeval protectors. The nights proved agonizingly frigid, the biting cold so exceptionally intense that it imparted a sensation of fragility even to their hardened steel weaponry and armor. Nevertheless, with the advent of each new daybreak, the unfolding panoramic views possessed such breathtaking grandeur that the Templars experienced a tangible alleviation of their strenuous loads and mental anxieties. The entire world unfurled below them, resembling an expansive, intricately detailed, illuminated manuscript, with deep valleys depicted in profound shadow and towering peaks outlined in a fiery, golden luminescence. Within a particularly isolated and narrow gorge, they chanced upon reclusive hermits, inhabiting dwellings hewn directly into the unyielding cliff faces. These solitary figures were enveloped in coarse woolen robes, their visages deeply tanned and weathered by prolonged exposure to the intense mountain sun. Their utterances manifested as rhythmic chants, which, though possessing a resonant power akin to distant thunder, simultaneously conveyed an unsettling, profound tranquility. They extended to the nights humble offerings of yak butter lamps and steaming bowls of hearty broth, acts of unexpected benevolence in a stark environment that appeared to divest humanity of all non-essentials. A venerable hermit, whose long, flowing beard was as pristine white as the perpetual snows of the peaks, deliberately inscribed a perfect circle upon the rugged stone floor with his forefinger. With a hushed voice, he imparted, "That which you diligently pursue resides in the realm of the beyond." However, the path to the beyond does not invariably signify a linear progression forward. His pronouncements, much like the preceding enigmatic counsel they had received, served as both an ominous caution and an intricate, perplexing enigma. Venturing deeper into the formidable mountain range, the Templars unexpectedly discovered a sprawling monastery, majestically situated atop a jagged ridge, resembling a formidable crown fashioned from ancient stone. The edifice's interior walls were adorned with vibrant murals depicting ethereal, luminous entities, some portrayed with a multitude of arms, others possessing countenances that were simultaneously beatific and awe-inspiringly fearsome. Within its sacred confines, the atmosphere was rich and dense with the pervasive scent of burning incense, and the continuous, low-pitched intonations of chanting reverberated with a profound rhythm, akin to the solemn beating of a concealed, ancient heart. The resident monks received them not as unannounced foreigners, but rather as anticipated pilgrims whose arrival had been foretold. Before their astonished gazes, meticulously preserved scrolls were carefully unfurled, replete with intricate scripts that none of the knights could decipher, their elegant, curvilinear characters appearing to undulate gracefully across the aged parchment like meandering streams. One particular scroll, as the monks communicated through an expressive series of gestures and pantomime, narrated the ancient tale of a sacred relic, transported to these lofty climes many centuries prior by intrepid voyagers from far-flung territories. This text described a container, described as both resplendent and perfectly intact, concealed deep within the very intricate geological formations of the mountains themselves. The Templar Knights exchanged significant questioning glances amongst themselves. They pondered whether this could indeed be the fabled Grail, which perhaps had been conveyed eastward long before their hallowed order had assumed its sacred guardianship. Alternatively, was it merely another allegorical representation, a further resonant reverberation of the profound truth they so desperately pursued? Days imperceptibly merged into weeks as they traversed increasingly elevated and arduous mountain passes. Relentless snowfall severely impaired their vision, and the biting frost inflicted painful burns upon their exposed skin. Nevertheless, during the nocturnal hours, beneath expansive skies ablaze with countless stars, certain knights solemnly attested to hearing ethereal voices carried on the wind, hushed murmurs akin to ancient chants, seemingly beckoning them onward, steering them towards an elusive objective that perpetually remained just beyond their grasp. The colossal mountains themselves appeared to possess a sentient vitality, not merely inert masses of rock and frozen water, but rather a dynamic, pulsating boundary separating distinct realms of existence. On a particular evening, as the distant horizon ignited with a spectacular palette of molten gold and fiery crimson, a sudden, fierce storm compelled them to seek refuge within a natural cave system. Within this subterranean sanctuary, they discovered peculiar, ancient carvings etched into the stone walls, intricate spirals, familiar cruciform symbols, and distinct forms strikingly reminiscent of sacred chalices. The knights ignited their torches, casting flickering light upon the ancient rock, and stood transfixed in profound silence, their exhalations forming ephemeral clouds in the intensely frigid atmosphere. A pressing query arose in their minds. Could it be that other seekers had preceded them to these remote altitudes? Was it conceivable that the profound mystery safeguarded by their venerable order was not exclusively limited to the Occidental world, but possessed ancient origins that extended to even these towering, sacred peaks? A youthful knight, whose spiritual convictions had been considerably destabilized by the relentless barrage of enigmatic pronouncements, articulated a hushed, yet startling query. What if the revered Grail is not, in fact, our exclusive patrimony? What if its true ownership pertains to all of humanity, to the entire world? His unsettling words hung suspended within the cavernous space, much like wisps of smoke, subtly disturbing the equanimity of his companions. The subsequent quietude, profound and pervasive, felt more oppressive than the immense geological mass of the mountain itself, towering above their heads. Beyond the formidable mountain passes, the valiant knights ascended to a lofty plateau where the very firmament appeared within arm's reach. Here, they chanced upon a serene conclave of lamas, seated in concentric circles beneath the vast expanse of the sky, their solemn chants harmonizing with the resonant throb of drums and the ethereal wail of horns that echoed across the expansive terrain. The Templars, witnessing this spectacle, were overcome with profound reverence, grasping that these individuals pursued not worldly conquest nor earthly riches, but rather the intricate fusion of celestial and terrestrial realms through the potent mediums of sound and supplication. A venerable lama, his countenance etched with the wisdom of years, yet radiating a gentle benevolence, turned his gaze upon them and imparted a sagacious truth. The chalice you endeavor to safeguard is merely a representation. The genuine vessel resides within the heart. Cherish and protect that, and no dominion, however vast, shall ever wrest it from your keeping. Upon their eventual descent from the towering peaks, the Templars were irrevocably transformed. They had endured the brutal onslaughts of storms, the profound silence of the high altitudes, and spiritual epiphanies that penetrated far deeper than any blade could ever cleave. The majestic Himalayas had subjected not only their physical fortitude, but also their fundamental comprehension of their sacred mission to an arduous trial. Nevertheless, As they receded from the imposing silhouettes of those colossal summits, they found themselves burdened with a greater multitude of unresolved questions than definitive answers. Somewhere in the vastness beyond the mountain ranges, it was whispered, lay enigmatic kingdoms concealed from the cartographic knowledge of Europe, territories where ancient parchments recounted tales of treasures possessing the power to alter the very trajectory of empires. The knights resolutely pressed onward, their lungs still faintly recalling the rarefied atmosphere of the elevated regions, their spirits disquieted by the unsettling notion that perhaps the fabled Grail had perpetually eluded their grasp. The formidable mountains gradually diminished in the distance behind them, yet their imposing presence lingered in the Templars' collective consciousness, much like a persistent dream, an indelible impression that they had traversed a portal not merely composed of stone, but forged from the very fabric of destiny itself. Past the jagged, frozen ramparts of the Himalayas, the Templars ventured into verdant valleys unlike any they had previously encountered. Here, the ambient air, though still crisp, carried a softer essence, imbued with the invigorating aroma of indigenous pine and fragrant wild herbs. Meandering rivers shimmered like liquid silver threads, weaving through expansive emerald fields, where scattered hamlets seemed utterly untouched by the incessant strife of monarchs and the tumultuous fervor of crusades. The tranquil landscape itself seemed to murmur of profound seclusion, of sovereign realms sequestered from the grasping ambitions of Europe and the pervasive influence of the papacy, meticulously preserved in an ancient quietude while the remainder of the globe was consumed by the fiery conflagrations of religious warfare. The Templars had previously gleaned fragmented accounts of such mystical domains from itinerant merchants and intrepid wayfarers traversing the fabled Silk Road, speaking of kingdoms where the demarcation between ancient myth and verifiable history became wonderfully indistinct. Some narratives spoke reverently of Shambhala, a fabled metropolis of effulgent light said to be ensconced within the very folds of the earth. Others subtly alluded to the legendary kingdom of Prester John, a potentate whose illustrious Christian court was rumored to reside in some remote locale situated far to the east of Eden. Whether these captivating narratives constituted mere fantasy or profound prophecy, the knights possessed no definitive means of discerning. Yet now, standing poised upon the ridges, gazing out over territories conspicuously absent from their European maps, they felt an undeniable sensation, as though they had stepped directly into the very breath of legend itself. Their winding route eventually ushered them into a meticulously walled city, where the architectural styles seamlessly melded the imposing solidity of stone fortresses with the delicate artistry of wooden temples, their ornate eaves meticulously adorned with vibrant depictions of dragons and graceful lotus blossoms. The local populace greeted the arriving knights with a mixture of cautious scrutiny and profound curiosity. The foreign armor, burnished and unyielding, gleamed with an unsettling intensity beneath the flickering illumination of lanterns, and their distinctive crosses appeared simultaneously familiar yet profoundly alien to the indigenous priests who bestowed blessings upon them with ritualistic gestures the knights could not fathom. Within the grand assembly hall of this remarkable city, they were subsequently granted an audience with a sagacious king, attired not in the customary opulence of gold, but in sumptuous silk meticulously embroidered with the intricate patterns of celestial constellations. The monarch listened with an unruffled composure as the Templars meticulously recounted the history of their venerable order, the tribulations of their recent persecutions, and the paramount importance of their quest for a sacred relic reputedly endowed with divine power. When their narrative concluded, he offered a subtle, knowing smile. "That which you ardently pursue has traversed a multitude of lands," he declared, his voice possessing the serene tranquility of undisturbed waters. "However, those who cling to it with excessive tenacity are ultimately consumed by its very essence." He thereupon commanded his diligent scribes to present a collection of ancient scrolls and elaborate maps, their surfaces inked with indecipherable languages, yet which appeared to delineate intricate pathways across vast deserts, winding rivers, and boundless oceans. The erudite scholars of the king's court then proceeded to narrate the saga of a revered relic, once borne by emissaries from the distant West, long before the very inception of the Templar order. They vividly described a vessel, inherently luminous and seemingly indestructible, which had inexplicably vanished into the formidable mountain ranges many centuries prior. Some accounts posited that it lay secreted within a secluded valley, vigilantly guarded by an order of monks. Other theories suggested it had been swallowed whole by the earth during a devastating seismic event, completely engulfed by the mountain's immense interior. "Do not fixate upon the tangible object," one particularly insightful scholar wisely counseled them, "for the object itself is but a fleeting shadow. Seek instead the profound truth it illuminates, and in doing so, you shall assuredly discover the radiant light." As they protracted their stay within the welcoming confines of the kingdom, the Templars began to discern compelling manifestations of faith that, in remarkably subtle and unexpected ways, mirrored their own deeply held beliefs. Within one particular temple, they unearthed intricate carvings depicting a venerable figure enthroned upon a lotus, clutching a vessel from which an incandescent light radiated forth like living flame. Although disparate in its external configuration, this image powerfully echoed the sacred chalice of their own prophetic visions. In a separate, hallowed shrine, their gaze fell upon a captivating mural portraying a group of men traversing vast oceans, their arduous journey guided by the unwavering beacon of a celestial star, an image strikingly reminiscent and eerily familiar to the knights who vividly recalled the scriptural accounts of the Magi from the Gospels. A profound question began to stir within them. Could it be that across the immense span of centuries, transcending diverse languages and expansive empires, all these disparate narratives converged, pointing towards the same singular, concealed spiritual flame? One particular evening, as the flickering glow of torches danced upon the ancient palace walls, a venerable sage materialized in their quarters without prior summons. His eyes, though clouded by the inexorable march of age, retained a piercing intensity, and his voice, remarkably, resonated with an undiminished vigor. "The Grail is not confined by terrestrial boundaries," he imparted to them with quiet authority. It functions as a mirror, reflecting to each earnest seeker precisely what they are prepared to perceive. For some, it manifests as a chalice. For others, it takes the form of a scroll, a precious jewel, or even a melodious song. That which you relentlessly pursue has, in fact, already discovered you. You simply have not yet learned to recognize its true visage. Having delivered this enigmatic pronouncement, he then dissolved into the encompassing shadows, leaving behind only the lingering, fragrant essence of sandalwood. The knights grappled intensely with the profound implications of his words. Could the sacred relic they had so fiercely protected and sought with such unwavering devotion be something far more ethereal than a mere physical artifact? Could it represent an overarching truth, a concept possessing myriad facets, universally reflected in every distinct culture and articulated in every diverse tongue? Such revolutionary thoughts profoundly disquieted their conventional understanding. Yet, they found themselves utterly unable to disregard the persistent echoes of these revelations that confronted them at every turn. When the designated time for their departure arrived, the king's loyal retainers furnished them with ample provisions and experienced guides to facilitate their continued journey further eastward. Before their final leave-taking, the king himself presented them with a poignant farewell gift, a finely wrought fragment of jade, meticulously carved into the distinctive silhouette of a chalice. "Bear this with you," he instructed, "not as a material treasure, but as an enduring memento. All physical vessels are ultimately transient and susceptible to breakage. Only that which they spiritually contain truly endures." The Templars, profoundly moved, bowed in deep obeisance, experiencing a sense of humility far more profound than any they had ever encountered upon the tumultuous battlefields of Europe. As they continued their arduous expedition into yet more uncharted territories, the hidden kingdoms gradually receded behind them, fading from memory like a delicate dream dissolving at the break of dawn. However, the profound memory of their sojourn lingered, an indelible recollection of wisdom far more ancient than any papal decree, of sovereign realms that had consciously chosen tranquil silence over aggressive conquest, and of universal truths too expansive and all-encompassing to be exclusively claimed by any single order or established church. The path ahead remained shrouded in an impenetrable veil of uncertainty. The unforgiving mountains had rigorously tested their physical resilience and unwavering endurance. The enigmatic kingdoms had challenged and expanded the very frontiers of their understanding. Now, as they meticulously followed the winding course of the river that snaked its way towards the nascent rays of the rising sun, the knights felt the profound weight of their monumental quest intensify, growing heavier with each successive step. For the further they journeyed into these remote lands, the more a singular, transformative realization dawned upon them. The fabled Grail was not merely an object to be meticulously located and possessed. It was rather something to be deeply comprehended, intellectually assimilated, and perhaps most profoundly, something to be ultimately surrendered. The arduous path progressively narrowed as the Templars pressed deeper into the vast expanse of the east, where the colossal mountains ascended like ancient, watchful guardians, their formidable peaks perpetually enshrouded in ethereal veils of snow and swirling clouds. Each forward stride demanded an act of profound surrender, of precious breath, of dwindling physical strength, and of their very certainty in the known world. Their horses faltered under the relentless strain, and their vital supplies steadily diminished. Yet the unyielding knights pressed onward, their navigation guided less by the precise markings on any map than by faint whispers carried on the wind, elusive dreams that haunted their slumber, and enigmatic fragments of prophecy meticulously gathered throughout their epic journey. The elusive relic, whether perceived as a tangible object or an abstract truth, perpetually seemed to hover just beyond their reach, inexorably drawing them higher into rarefied realms, where the very air grew thin and the familiar world below gradually vanished from sight. By night, they established their camps beneath a sky ablaze with stars that glittered like countless icy torches. The constellations, though superficially familiar, appeared subtly shifted, creating an unsettling impression that they had somehow traversed into an entirely different celestial sphere. Some knights solemnly swore they perceived distinct shapes, the unmistakable forms of chalices, swords, and doves intricately etched among the heavenly bodies, celestial symbols that seemed to eerily mirror the tumultuous inner struggles that plagued their own souls. Was this a genuine divine revelation, or merely the hallucinatory effects of profound exhaustion conjuring vivid visions from the biting cold? None among them could definitively ascertain, yet the awe-inspiring sight, regardless of its origin, propelled them relentlessly onward. Their journey led them past the haunting remnants of ruined monasteries, their ancient stones partially entombed by the silent devastation of avalanches, places where monks had once chanted fervent prayers to repel the malevolent demons of ice and storm. Within the desolate confines of one such ruin, they made a startling discovery, a mural remarkably preserved, depicting a solemn circle of figures gathered reverently around a brilliantly glowing vessel. This vessel was neither a conventional cup nor a precious jewel, but rather an incandescent sphere of pure light, painted with strokes so masterfully rendered that it appeared to shimmer with an internal luminescence, even after centuries of enduring frost. The Templars lingered before this enigmatic artwork, profoundly humbled by its presence. For the very first time, some among them began to ponder whether their long and arduous pilgrimage had always been destined to lead them to this very spot, not for the purpose of claiming possession of a tangible relic, but rather to be fundamentally transformed by the profound and expansive idea it embodied. Days later, as they laboriously ascended a perilously narrow mountain pass, a ferocious storm descended upon them without any prior warning. Snow fell with such overwhelming density that the entire world dissolved into an impenetrable expanse of blinding whiteness. The knights, in a desperate act of survival, tethered themselves together with rope, blindly pressing forward through the swirling tempest. Amidst the deafening howl of the wind, one knight swore he distinctly heard disembodied voices chanting in a language far more ancient than Latin. Another claimed to perceive ethereal figures walking alongside them, cloaked in an otherworldly light, their faces mysteriously veiled. Were these spectral apparitions revered saints, revered ancestors, or merely vivid illusions conjured by the insidious grip of frostbite? Yet, against all odds, the sturdy rope miraculously held fast. One painstaking step at a time, they persevered, ascending through the heart of the relentless storm until, as abruptly as it had commenced, the dense clouds dramatically parted. Before them unfolded a breathtaking plateau, miraculously untouched by the recent snowfall, bathed in an ethereal, soft, golden glow, even though the overarching sky above remained shrouded in darkness. At the precise center of this luminous expanse rose a solitary, majestic structure, an architectural marvel that seemed to be simultaneously half temple and half fortress. Its formidable walls intricately carved with a myriad of symbols that seamlessly blended the distinct artistic traditions of East and West. Crosses were elegantly intertwined with delicate lotus petals, and shimmering stars mingled harmoniously with powerful dragons. It was as if all the diverse faiths of the world had collectively conspired to leave their indelible mark upon these sacred stones, converging in a testament to universal spirituality. A profound hush enveloped the ancient edifice. The company of knights advanced through a series of chambers, their path illuminated solely by slender fissures in the aged masonry, through which golden rays of sunlight descended like incandescent lances, piercing the pervasive gloom. Within the innermost sanctum, their quest for a legendary chalice, a gleaming jewel, or any potent relic proved fruitless. Instead, their eyes fell upon a modest altar where a mirror rested, its reflective plane muted by the passage of countless years, encased in a sturdy iron frame. Despite its venerable appearance, it faithfully mirrored the visages of the approaching warriors. As they peered into its depths, what greeted their sight was not their own countenances, but a vivid panorama of collective remembrance, solemn vows pledged in the hallowed chapels of France, the searing inferno that had claimed their brethren, the mighty fleets that had inexplicably vanished into the boundless ocean. They witnessed sprawling fields of conflict, littered with discarded armor, priceless hoards secreted within subterranean catacombs, monarchs engaged in furtive acts of treachery, and pontiffs affixing their seals to momentous edicts. And then, transcending these earthly recollections, a transcendent luminescence became apparent, boundless, devoid of physical form, traversing the epochs like an ethereal filament, intricately weaving together all spiritual convictions and sovereign realms into a singular, invisible masterpiece. Overwhelmed by the profound revelations, one knight involuntarily collapsed to his knees, his body racked with an uncontrollable tremor. Another found himself shedding tears without restraint, his emotions laid bare. A third, unable to confront the stark truths unveiled by the mirror, averted his gaze, seeking refuge from its piercing clarity. For within its enigmatic surface, each individual warrior perceived not merely the sprawling chronicle of the Templar order, but also the unvarnished essence of his own spirit, exposed in its entirety. Outside, the tempest, which had momentarily subsided, renewed its ferocious assault, causing the very stones of the ancient temple to shudder under its might. Yet, through this tumultuous upheaval, the mirror remained steadfast, its integrity uncompromised. Deliberately and with a newfound solemnity, the knights began to divest themselves of their instruments of war, placing them reverently upon the altar. The metallic ring of swords striking stone resonated softly, while their robust shields were propped against the unyielding wall. Confronted by the profound realization that had dawned upon them, the very substance of iron now felt insubstantial, their previous oaths and commitments appearing utterly diminished in scope. No audible utterance broke the stillness, nor did any celestial hand manifest to guide them. Nevertheless, in that profound quietude, the knights intuitively grasped that their arduous pilgrimage had at last culminated. The fabled Grail, they now comprehended, was not a tangible artifact to be vigilantly protected, surreptitiously pilfered, or meticulously concealed. Rather, it constituted an inherent verity, resident within the human spirit, poised to be ignited and recognized in any geographic locale, expressed in any linguistic form, and embraced by any receptive soul. With the return of dawn's gentle light, they departed the temple, maintaining an unbroken silence. As they cast their gaze backward, The ancient edifice appeared to seamlessly merge with the very contours of the mountain, as if its existence had been merely an ephemeral illusion. Ahead of them unfurled an entirely novel vista, revealing territories yet unexplored and trajectories yet to be delineated. Remarkably, not a single knight posed the question of their subsequent destination. The arduous climb, both literal and metaphorical, had reached its conclusion. All that now awaited them was the inexorable descent into the annals of recorded time, transitioning into the realm of enduring myth and folklore. Far beneath their elevated vantage point, the mundane world persisted in its incessant wrangling over dominion, material wealth, and the trappings of royalty. Yet positioned high amidst the majestic peaks, the Templars had made contact with an immutable, eternal essence. Although no European historian or scribe would ever commit this ultimate ascent to parchment, its profound resonance persisted, manifesting as hushed murmurs, enigmatic emblems, and narratives that subtly infiltrated every cultural fabric and mythological tradition, eventually obscuring their original genesis. The knights pressed onward, no longer driven by the pursuit of sacred artifacts, but having transformed into vigilant custodians of profound quietude. The relentless march of time proceeded, akin to diaphanous veils gently descending over an obscured countenance, and concurrently, the remembrance of the Templars' presence in Asia gradually attenuated into mere hearsay and conjecture. Simultaneously, across the European continent, monarchs denounced them as egregious heretics, and solemn papal decrees condemned their very name to oblivion. Nevertheless, in the Orient, subtle vestiges of their journey stubbornly persisted. Traders traversing the vast desert caravans recounted encounters with formidable armored figures who moved without displaying any heraldic insignia. Ascetic monks in remote monasteries spoke in hushed tones of fair-skinned warriors who reverently knelt before altars not traditionally associated with their own faith. Seafarers, in turn, relayed fantastical accounts of knights who had seemingly evaporated into uncharted islands, places too perilous for any conventional nautical chart to delineate. That which had originated as a formidable military fraternity ultimately transmuted, within these circulating narratives, into an entity far more enigmatic. Pilgrims who bore no national standard, swore no specific fealty, but carried instead a profound and weighty burden of quietude. Any sacred relics they might have preserved were never brought forth for public veneration. Their intricate codes of conduct, if indeed still articulated, had attenuated into a lexicon of subtle gestures and cryptic symbols chiseled into enduring stone. Prayers, once fervently recited, now lay incomplete within the desolate confines of forsaken chapels. For the vast majority, their existence had seemingly ceased. Yet, for the discerning few who meticulously scrutinized the intricate currents of historical progression with the same rigor one applies to the celestial patterns of the firmament, the Templars were, in truth, never truly absent. They evolved into an ethereal presence, a guiding shadow operating from behind an unseen curtain, subtly directing events without leaving any discernible imprint, preserving profound wisdom without asserting any proprietary claim. Among the most persistent and resonant of these hushed accounts was a prophecy, a fragmented utterance reputedly voiced by a dying knight under the luminous arc of a crescent moon. This prescient declaration foretold an epoch when the disparate worlds of the East and West would once more teeter perilously on the precipice of utter disintegration, when vast empires would buckle and fracture beneath the oppressive weight of their own regalia, and when humanity would embark upon a profound quest, not for material riches or ephemeral renown, but for the very essence of intrinsic meaning. On that fated eve, the prophecy proclaimed with unwavering certainty, the Grail would manifest, not as a sacred goblet, nor as a consecrated artifact, but as a verity so immense that no earthly dominion could ever hope to contain or command it. It would reveal itself wherever true quietude prevailed, wherever earnest seekers convened, unburdened by the apprehension of doctrinal differences or the strictures of royal authority. And thus the centuries inexorably revolved. The fervent era of crusades gradually yielded to the establishment of sovereign kingdoms, which in turn gave rise to distinct nations, and ultimately to expansive empires. Grand libraries were consumed by conflagrations, venerable temples crumbled into ruin, and yet, across the vast expanse of continents, enigmatic fragments of this enduring legacy persisted. A meticulously carved star emblazoned upon a monastery wall nestled high in Tibet. A formidable sword secreted within the labyrinthine catacombs beneath Paris, its formidable blade adorned with intricate Eastern calligraphy. A detailed ship's log originating from Portugal, meticulously documenting a fraternal order of mariners who had pledged their solemn vows to an undisclosed, unexplained objective. Individually, these disparate occurrences were routinely dismissed as mere happenstance or curious coincidences. Nevertheless, when considered collectively, they coalesced to form a mosaic too intricately woven and profoundly suggestive to be simply disregarded. The ecclesiastical authorities meticulously composed their official histories. The reigning monarchs assiduously erected their grand monuments. Yet, within every unspoken interval between those recorded lines, the Templars patiently awaited their moment. It is conceivable that they never truly departed from their mountain sanctuary. Perhaps they moved invisibly among the bustling thoroughfares of villages, or conceivably they traversed vast oceans, intent on implanting the seeds of their profound prophecy in fertile, uncultivated territories. No historical chronicler possesses the definitive answer. What remains unequivocally established is this singular truth. Wherever earnest seekers have convened in hushed clandestine gatherings, wherever prescribed wisdom has been diligently safeguarded at immense personal sacrifice, an enigmatic shadow has consistently manifested at the very portal of those endeavors. Some interpret this spectral presence as the lingering silhouette of a lone knight. Others contend it is merely the reverberation of a verity so potent and perilous that it defies articulation. And as this narrative approaches its denouement tonight, the fundamental query persists with undiminished force. Did the Templars indeed dissipate into the vast expanses of Asia, transporting their profound arcana beyond the grasp of the Western world? Or did they instead bequeath a seminal prophecy that continues its silent vigil, patiently awaiting those discerning individuals who possess the capacity to truly heed its message? Perhaps the elusive answer resides not amidst crumbling architectural remains, nor within the tangible presence of sacred relics, but rather in the profound quietude that punctuates each inhalation and exhalation, in the serene stillness that descends when the clamor and distractions of the mundane world recede. For within that hallowed silence, an ancient, enduring essence continues its subtle articulation. It is a hushed communication that no monarchical decree could ever suppress, no papal edict could ever obliterate, and no passage of time itself could ever enter. A gentle intimation that perpetually reminds us that certain profound verities are not destined to be possessed as property, but are solely intended to be humbly borne as a sacred trust. And thus, the prophecy persists, much like a solitary candle meticulously left alight within a long abandoned chapel, unseen by the casual eye, yet persistently unquenched, patiently anticipating the moment when its illumination will once again be critically required. And consequently, the narrative concerning the Templars' sojourn in Asia gracefully recedes into a profound tranquility. Their venerable vessels have, over the eons, succumbed to the depths of the dark, abyssal waters. Their formidable strongholds have long since disintegrated into mere particulate dust. Their very appellations have been meticulously expunged from ancient parchments and official proclamations. Nevertheless, the subtle resonance of their peregrinations still endures. Not amidst the boisterous din of warfare or the resounding collision of regal authority, but rather within the serene, secluded locales, the majestic mountains, the desolate deserts, and the profound quietude that exists between disparate realms. As one allows their eyelids to gently close, permit the inherent cadence of their protracted odyssey to settle into a profound state of serenity. Envision the pristine snow descending softly upon the desolate remnants of ruined chapels, the ethereal wind conveying attenuated fragments of long unuttered supplications, the celestial luminaries silently traversing their cosmic orbits above the very territories where these intrepid knights once trod. Inhale deeply, and with each successive exhalation, consciously allow the profound burden of their enigmatic saga to gently recede, until only an abiding sense of tranquility endures. For ultimately, the most profound secret harbored by the Templars was not any material treasure, nor any sacred artifact, nor even a prescient prophecy, but rather the poignant realization that all significant journeys inevitably culminate in a state of profound silence. And it is precisely within this silence that we ultimately discover